Stage. Hi, everyone. I am back. We are going to watch the Karen Read live trial today. See what shenanigans. The prosecution is going to close their case. I do believe today they're going to rest. Not close, they're going to rest. But we are going to watch Karen Read live. Day 21. See what is going to happen. And test the waters just a little bit. We are waiting. We're watching the ceiling fan. I can't watch that ceiling fan spin, y'all. It is crazy. Good morning. Good morning. We are waiting for the prosecution to rest their case. That is what we're waiting on. I did watch a really good recap. Yes, I just had to touch my face up. It's early, y'all. A recap of how to lose a case in 21 days or 20 days from Brother Counsel. If you guys have not seen his YouTube channel, I just discovered it. He has a really, really good way of the way he breaks things down. I like him. Check out his YouTube channel, Brother Counsel. He did a really quick recap and a quick discussion how to lose a case in 20 days. And it was actually very smart and easy to understand, and I liked it. So we might go over that in a little bit. I know people pop in here and they don't see anybody viewing. I literally just started the live, y'all, so give it a chance. Just because you don't see a bunch of people in the live doesn't mean nobody's going to come to the live. So don't feel like you're the only one. This isn't like, you're in gym class and you're the last one to be picked. Come on, guys. This is crazy. Nobody knows you're in the live. Nobody's paying attention to who you are because you're not talking. Just so you know. Nobody knows you're the only one. So if you're not in the live, join the live. Hopefully you will. There's like 2,000 people in court TVs. And there's so many people doing this live, y'all. I can't believe how many people are watching this trial still. This is insane. So anyway, if you are not caught up on Karen Read, which, by the way, I'm only caught up because I watched Brother Counsel and I was watching Retrial Law. If I have mentioned this before in my other videos, but Retrial Law, is the reason that I started my YouTube channel. I love Retrial. I know he got himself into some trouble, whatever. But Retrial, Emily B. Baker, Law Self-Defense, Lawyer, gosh, so many of these people, they were all law tubers. They had this whole big channel and they were all together, and I watched them religiously, love them all. Then they all kind of branched off into their own YouTube channels, or they were already doing their own YouTube channels, but they all were together on Retrial Law's channel. And I just really, really liked them. And they inspired me, even though I'm not a lawyer, obviously. I've never claimed to be an attorney. But he's the reason why I wanted to make my own YouTube channel. So thanks to Retrial, I did my own. I'm obviously not as popular as Retrial because he's very entertaining and funny. But that is why here I am. And now he's back. So now that he's getting himself situated and all that stuff, he's back. So I'm so glad that he's back. And I saw him and he's doing the Karen Read trial also. And a lot of other people are. Emily D. Baker is, of course. And she has just exploded on YouTube. So yeah, all these people are doing this trial. And so many people are watching it, which is insane. So I'm sure no one's going to watch my channel, but that's okay. I I just figured I'd jump in because I am back from being sick for a very long time. For me, it seems like a very long time. And I figured what better way to just jump back into YouTube than this trial, even though I haven't really been watching much, but I have been updating myself through Ricada and through Brother Council. So I just figured I'll just jump on back into doing some lives through the Karen Retrial, and maybe this will get the ball rolling and we'll start doing lives again. So that will be helpful. Yeah. So in case for those of you who do not know, if you are even watching this live stream, I have been away from YouTube for are we still in May? We're still in May. Yeah. So for about a month, not even a month. But I was very sick. Had some weird health stuff happen. Most of my subscribers already know I have seizures, and I just started suddenly having like lots and lots and lots of seizures all of a sudden in 1 week span, 2 week span. I had like 50. So it was very bad. And then it turned out a lot of those seizures were brought on from the hospital themselves. They did that with a lot of the medications they were giving me. It started making me have more and more seizures because I was misdiagnosed. So yeah, so be careful, you guys. Hopefully that doesn't happen to any of you. But yeah, so I have been very isolated and sick, and trying to just deal with all of that. So here I am. I'm back. Yeah. So just so you guys know, if you ever have any issues where you're dealing with anything like that, please make sure you reach out to the Epilepsy Foundation. They are amazing. And also make sure you work very closely with your doctors. And yeah, if you ever have any thoughts or questions or concerns or anything like that, just make sure you have a good doctor, and make sure also, if at all possible, you don't let that happen to you out of state, because that stinks. Because I was in ICU in Arizona for a week, and I had to check myself out because they were going to put me in a coma. Yeah, that would not have been good. My neurologist said I probably would not have woken up from that. So it was pretty bad. So here I am back in Texas, and thankfully so, because my neurologist was able to figure things out here. Otherwise, I probably would have died. So I'm back to YouTube, and here we are watching the fan go around and round and round at the Karen Read trial. And so far, according to Brother Council, so I'm going to look up Brother Council's video because I really liked his recap and his assessment of the prosecution's case. And so I want to check him out and kind of show you how he broke down how to lose a case in 20 days. And I like that because it was just really good. I felt like he broke it down in a way that we could understand, and he made sense. So I think that we will take a look at Brother Council while we're waiting for this trial to start, since it's not going to start anytime soon. You know, they're always late, and they always take extra long breaks. And their lunch takes forever. I don't even know how they get so much trial and how they're so caught up that they could take 3 days off. So let's look at Brother Council, because I think he just did a really good job of doing this assessment on this trial. This is Brother Council. Check out his channel, How to Lose a Trial in 20 Days.
Have made the ultimate sacrifice for our wonderful country. Brother Council Studios will not be posting any videos on Memorial Day. This video is going to be posted on Tuesday at 12 a.m. Going to be a case study in the future. Law schools, lawyers, judges, and legal scholars are going to be poring over the details and the trial in this case to try to figure out reports. The prosecution has only one more witness to call, which is why I felt comfortable enough to show you the following presentation. This presentation is going to break down some of the mistakes and errors that the prosecution made in its case, which, if the verdict is going to be a not guilty or a hung jury,
And
These
I'm
are going to be what I
still
believe are the
watching the
main
fan, you
reasons for
guys.
that.
Just
Now,
to
if
let
the
you
verdict comes back as guilty, it's not going to be because of these reasons, but despite these errors that the jury comes back with a guilty verdict. So let's jump into it right now. Karen Reed trial 2.0, how to lose a trial in 20 days. There's been 20 days of trial so far, and these, what I believe, are the biggest mistakes that the prosecution has made so far. Number one, ignore your weaknesses. That is mistake number one. There is a very big problem in this case, and that is former trooper Michael Proctor. Former trooper Michael Proctor was dishonorably discharged in this case. He sent some vile text messages. He was investigated, and eventually he was fired. Now, if you're the prosecution, you've got to frame that in your way for the jury.
Good morning. We're looking
In this
at
case, the prosecutor ignored that fact, and
the
therefore,
trial in 20 days.
Alan Jackson, in his opening statement, right away mentioned to the jury that the prosecution deliberately ignored Michael Proctor in this case, although Michael Proctor was the lead investigator in this case, called Michael Proctor a cancer, and that Michael Proctor's fingers are all over this case as the lead investigator. Now, he also spoke about Brian Albert. This is, again, the defense and not the prosecution. The prosecution did not speak about Brian Albert. Brian Albert was the owner of 34 Fairview, the home there, and he was also the owner of Chloe. Brian Albert famously made some butt dials and some butt answers at around 2 o'clock in the morning after the time when John O'Keefe was dead or dying on the lawn. Also, he owned his dog, Chloe, and when looking at some of the pictures of John O'Keefe's injuries, specifically to his arm, which definitely could be argued that they're from a dog, well, that was not mentioned at all by the prosecution either. And the fact that Chloe was rehomed after this incident. Also, the fact that Brian Albert sold his house after this incident. Brian Higgins was not mentioned in the prosecutor's opening statement, and Brian Higgins had a flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed and then was ghosted about a week before this murder. Perhaps that could be some motive. Lucky Laughlin was not brought up in the prosecution's opening statement. Lucky Laughlin was the plow driver who passed by and did not see a body there when the prosecution's theory is that the body was there. Also, Lucky Laughlin passed by later and saw a Ford Edge in front of the house, and the Alberts own a Ford Edge. Also, the fact that Dr. Scorty Bello,
Good morning.
in her death certificate, she is the medical examiner in this case, and she listed the manner of death to be undetermined. Also, the fact that nobody who was in that house left that night after John O'Keefe's body was allegedly lying there. No one reported seeing John O'Keefe's body there, who was 6'2", to over 200 pounds, and there was not significant snow on the ground yet. Also, this Google search of how long to die in the cold was not discussed. All of these issues were not mentioned at all by the prosecution. Now, regardless of the merit of any of these arguments, if you're the prosecutor, you've got to get out in front of this and you've got to frame it in the way that's going to help your case in the future. And it simply was not done. Okay, and I also am going to include the links to the specific days in trial where we're discussing how what the specific issues were. So here you see the first link. Next error, mess up the timeline. Okay, this is something where Hank Brennan in his opening statement, his timeline did not make sense. It just didn't add up. And again, if you look at that, if you click on that link, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. He says that the 3-point turn happened at 12:23, which was, or before 12:23, which was 7 minutes before the collision. And then he says that the Lexus reached the flagpole at 12:34:33. Now, some people said, well, he misspoke. He really meant to say 12:24:33. Well, first of all, you cannot mess up the timeline in this case. In this case, literally seconds matter. And therefore, if you're going to mess up anything in this opening statement, it cannot be the timeline. If you're going to misspeak, you got to correct it. So that was first problem. Even if you misspoke and said 12:34 instead of 12:24, that's something that you cannot have in this case. Number two is that even if you add the times together, 12:23 plus 7 minutes is 12:30. And in the common Wilson theory, the collision happens 12:32, which is more than 7 minutes after. So the timeline is all over the place and it doesn't add up. And that's another problem with the prosecution's case. Continuing. If you promise evidence that you don't produce, in the opening statement, you're going to tell the jury what you are going to show them in your evidence with certain testimony. And this is a quote that Hank Brennan said in his opening statement. He said, Jennifer McCabe and others, and here's the link. You can take a look at the link. It's right there. Jennifer McCabe and others looked out the window and see the defendant's Lexus in front of the flagpole at the far end. Now, the only witness that testified that they looked out the window and saw the Lexus was Jennifer McCabe. There was no other testimony from anybody else in the house who said that they looked out the window and saw the defendant's Lexus there. Now, there was some testimony that Ryan Nagel, who was in a car outside, saw the Lexus, but there was no testimony, and also Heather Maxim, but there was no testimony from anybody in the house who looked out the window who said that they saw the defendant's Lexus in front of the flagpole at the far end. It just didn't happen. So this is overpromising and not producing. Moving on. Allow the defense to bring out damaging information on your witness. If you have bad information on your witness, you have to be the one to bring it out. So when Carrie Roberts got on the stand and she testified in the grand jury that she heard Karen Reed tell Jennifer McCabe to Google how long to die in the cold, you cannot let Alan Jackson on the defense bring that out for the first time and let the jury hear it from him on cross-examination. That's what you cannot do. You've got to get in front of all this. You've got to ask Carrie about the grand jury testimony. You've got to impeach her, even though she's your own witness, because you're going to do it in a lot softer way than Alan Jackson. If he gets up there afterwards and tries to reiterate the same point, okay, the jury already heard it from you. Moving on. Again, same issue, allowing the defense to bring out damaging information on your witness. Well, let's talk about Jennifer McCabe. Jennifer McCabe, she didn't tell, and these are just a few of them. She didn't tell the grand jury that Karen Reed said, I hit him 3 times. That's a very important part of this case because it's not in any sort of police report that Karen Reed actually said affirmatively that she hit him. There's some questions about whether she hit him, or I hope I didn't hit him, but that doesn't appear in any sort of report or any sort of medical record anywhere. There's no report that says that Karen Reed said, I hit him. So you just have Jennifer McCabe's testimony. You also have some Timothy Nuttall, and you have Kate McLaughlin. So here, Jennifer McCabe did not tell the grand jury that. If you're the prosecutor, you have to be the one to bring that out. Don't let Alan Jackson do it because he's going to make her look like a much bigger liar, as opposed to when it's your witness, you're going to be much more gentle with her. Number 2, the fact that she forgot to tell the grand jury and the police that she called Nicole Albert at 5:07 a.m. That's, again, something else that she forgot to mention, which is an important fact. Why would she feel it's necessary to call Nicole Albert when Karen Reed is calling her frantic that she doesn't know where John O'Keefe is? She forgot to say that. Number 3, she forgot to tell the federal investigators, even though they were not allowed to mention that during the trial, that it was a federal investigator, but she testified that she forgot to tell them that she also called 3 other people during the 10 minutes before they came. Meaning they called her and said, we're coming over. We need to speak to you. And she said, okay, give me 10 minutes. And she testified that she told them that she called 2 people, but she forgot that she also called 3 additional people. Peggy O'Keefe, the DA's office, which she says is the witness advocate, and Brian Albert. So again, if this is going to come out, and you know it's going to, then you as the prosecutor have to bring it out. And when you let the defense bring it out, they're going to make her look like a much bigger liar than if you bring her out, and then you can play it down as something that she forgot or whatever it is. Moving on. Deny the obvious. If you try to deny the obvious, what's absolutely going to come out in this trial, then you're just going to look like you're trying to hide from this information. And it's not a good look to the jury. So in this case, Michael Proctor was the lead investigator. It's coming out. It's going to be clear to the jury by the end of the trial. Why try to deny it? Why try to hide behind it? So you have Paul Gallagher, who tried to stay away, that explained that Michael Proctor was not the lead investigator. You've got Yuri Buchanan trying to say that, no, he's only a case officer. He's not a lead investigator. And then you've got Connor Keefe saying that he was the lead investigator, and you have Maureen Hartnett saying that he was the lead investigator. So this is trying to deny the obvious. Don't go that way. Just acknowledge it, that yes, he was the lead investigator, but still, if you're the prosecutor, you have to make the case that although he was a lead investigator and he messed up in certain ways, but the other parts of the investigation is still good.
How to lose
still
a case,
credible.
y'all.
And by trying to deny it with these witnesses, it's not going to look good.
Watching Brother Counsel.
Let's also remember that Yuri Buchanan, we're going to see about this a little bit later, but Yuri Buchanan
hope he doesn't mind.
Supposed to be the saving grace for Michael Proctor. He's supposed to be the supervisor and trying to be the one who was not the one that was acting with misconduct and not the one showing bias. He's the one that had some detail with the president. Whatever. You got to build him up And when he starts to deny these things also, it's just going to take away some more of his credibility. Try to excuse instead of own poor choices. We heard about Paul Gallagher in day 9. Again, all the clips are right here. You can take a look. So you got Paul Gallagher who said about the solo cups, instead of saying, yeah, I guess it was kind of stupid of me to do the solo cups, he just says, no, they hold liquid terrifically. And then you have Maureen Hartnett saying that it was the first time she ever had to take swabs from solo cups. And she never in the future ever took swabs from solo cups. Then you have Paul Gallagher again saying that the Stop and Shop bag, trying to argue it's the same as an evidence bag. Of course it's not. Just own up to the poor choices that you made in the investigation, and then it doesn't look like you're trying to convince the jury of something that's ridiculous. So that's another problem. Moving on. Use your own expert to discredit your arguments. So this is when Hank Brennan got up with Dr. Scardi-Bello and asked her if she was aware that there were reports that...
Sorry, y'all. Okay, we are in court. Hold on, let me get it pulled up. Sidebar. First thing, sidebar. This is the tiniest courtroom, y'all, ever. I don't know how in the heck. And also, I don't know how the defense team can't see the prosecution's team stuff in front of them. I think last time the prosecution was behind the defense, or they were like side by side. It's really weird. Also, I would love to hear what y'all think of the new prosecutor. He sounds as boring as the other prosecutor. And I think it would be kind of embarrassing to have been the lead prosecutor on the first trial and now to be kind of bumped down. Well, he is bumped down on this trial, and just be basically a backup, like fourth string quarterback, just because he was on the first case. And I think that's a slap in the face, but it's basically because he couldn't win the first trial. And I would love to hear, honestly, my thoughts on this whole situation is it never should have gone to trial in the first place. And it definitely shouldn't be at trial this time, because Michael Proctor tainted this entire case. His hands are all over it, and it shouldn't be at trial because it's just a dirty case. It's filthy, and all of his cases actually should be investigated that he's ever touched. I feel horrible for John O'Keefe's family, but at the end of the day, I think that this case in particular never should have gone to trial. For me, my layperson opinion of this is that just looking at this from my point of view is that John O'Keefe possibly went into this party. There was some sort of drunken altercation for whatever reason. Don't know. Have no idea. It was or was not over Karen. Who knows? But a bunch of drunk cops, drunk men got into a fight, and John left because he's not a very, obviously he's not a confrontational person, based off his text messages with Karen. And he left the party, got outside, and fell, hit his head, and died. I don't think there was anything nefarious as far as anybody inside. I don't think they intentionally put him out there. I think that he decided he was just going to walk home. I don't know. Maybe they did put him out there. Maybe they all covered it up. I don't know. Maybe they did it after the fact. I don't know. But I don't think Karen actually did this. And I don't think that anyone made this a huge, gigantic cover up until they realized, holy crap, we just found him in the front yard. And now we have to figure out what we're going to do to cover for each other, because crap, he's dead. So that's what I think. But this seems like a big bunch of hoopla and a lot of work and a lot of effort and a lot of money and a lot of time and a lot of everything to put this woman on trial twice. So I just think it's a lot. But you know what? Stranger things have happened and people have done way worse. I mean, my gosh, it's not that far-fetched, y'all. So but that's what I think. I think he did go in there. I think they did have a confrontation. And I don't know, but have there ever been pictures of the dog? Have they ever shown the dog? Have they ever like anything about the dog? And I hate it because I don't, I love animals and I don't want ever to blame the dog. But I mean, I know my dog, he's well, he's fat right now, but he's a terrier mix and he goes nutty when we come home. He's just jumping up and down. We can't stop him from doing that. He jumps up and down, he goes crazy, he scratches, he's got claws from hell, and he just goes crazy and he scratches all the time. I have scars all over my arm. I look like I own a cat. I have scars all over my arms. So I mean, it's just I just don't, I don't know. So if the dog is not good around strangers, then maybe the dog could have done that. So I do find it very, very odd that they rehomed Chloe that they've had for 7 years. I would never in a million years get rid of my dog. And they sold their house their home that they had since they were kids, they grew up in. That just seems odd. It's kind of like, why would you, that's getting rid of a huge piece of evidence, but who's going to investigate it? Because surely Michael Proctor wasn't going to investigate it. So I just think that's really strange. But what also is not helpful for Karen Read is all of this press tour she's doing, this, concert tour of all these interviews she's doing with Dateline, 2020, 48 Hour, whatever she's doing, all these interviews. That's not helpful. So because she's saying things that are incriminating to herself, like she's repeating things that are being said in the trial, like that she hit him, or could she have hit him, or how much she had drank. They were obviously highly intoxicated. Even her toxicology report, well after into the next day, was very high. So clearly they were all highly intoxicated. So if she was that highly intoxicated, imagine how intoxicated everybody else was. So she's just repeating what she's also being told and what she's been hearing over and over and over again. So they're all saying the same thing. I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. She's even saying that in her interviews. I hit him. So also her interviews are coming across very unemotional. Like she has no feeling whatsoever about whether or not John is here anymore. And that is because obviously she's being persecuted and charged and put on trial in the public and everywhere for his demise. So I believe that people are coming across and not really liking her because she's all business. She's very like, I am here to clear my name and that is it. And as far as John's and his family's concerned, because they're out to get her. Everybody there in Massachusetts is out to get Karen Read. And as far as she's concerned, I am here to save my butt. So it's hard for her, I guess, to come across as a sympathetic person. And also, I don't really know if y'all know people up north, but they're kind of sharper edged than other people. I don't know. You can just definitely tell. And y'all can hate me if you want to. I really don't care. But I'm from the South, so anything from above North Carolina are Yankees. So Yankees are different. They're just they're just harder. They're just harder, rougher around the edges, y'all. And they just have a tougher image, tougher core, outer shell. So that's just how it is. But that's, I don't know. I can just tell they're just tougher. I go to visit my cousins up in New Jersey a lot, and their people are nice up there, but they're definitely a different type of person because they're I don't know, especially people in New York, man. Those people up there, they don't have time for you. They're like, get out of my way. I don't just get out of my way. They don't have time. And I was told that. I was like, I think people in New York are rude. And I had a New Yorker tell me, we're not rude. We just don't have time. Like people are just in a hurry. We just got to go, 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 go. And I was like, well, okay. So yeah. So they said they're not rude. They just ain't got time. But we'll see. So if you have not been paying attention, again, like I said about the Karen Reed trial. So Karen Reed, they're saying, hit her boyfriend out of some sort of anger. That's what they're trying to say, that they were fighting. They were arguing all day. Now, Karen Reed did look like a crazed girlfriend. And according to these text messages, she looked like a crazed girlfriend. She was harassing John all day long. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me. All you want to do is argue. I don't want to argue, blah, blah, blah. But then she kept harassing him all day. And he was like, leave me alone. I'm not answering you. I'm not going to talk to you, blah, blah, blah. But obviously they were just going back and forth with each other. And finally, and you could tell that even John was jealous because she had some plumber guy over there in the evening hours. And he was like, oh, why do you have this guy over there? I could have come over there to fix it, even though he was not answering her phone calls and not talking to her. So they're painting her to look like some psycho stalker girlfriend when he is like, oh, what's that guy doing over there? So obviously, they're both basically acting like children, teenagers, and then eventually she gets him to ask her to come out with him, and she does. And, apparently they're doing this merry-go-round kind of relationship situation with each other. And they end up going out, hanging out, whatever. And the prosecution is trying to say that because they were having this argument earlier in the evening and day, that she decides after they get drunk, that she decides that she's just going to run him over in front of the Alberts house. Now, the Alberts are fellow officers, but not necessarily close friends, but kind of close friends, but through the kids. But he's never been to this house. They get invited, and now suddenly she's just going to run him over and leave the scene. And then somehow try to cover her tracks. Now, she has all of these people's phone numbers, but they don't know her. She has all their numbers, though. She has all their numbers, but they don't know Karen. She's just John's girlfriend. But she's able to call them all in the wee hours of the morning looking for John. Super strange. I just think this whole thing is very strange. But she calls all of them. She's looking for John. He hasn't come home. And they're claiming that her first words basically are that he's dead. So, other than, she's screaming their names over and over and over again. So obviously, and I'm sure if any of you on here have been drunk, like super drunk, you're out of control. So I had a friend of mine and we went to New Orleans for her birthday. And her car got broken into while we were in the casino. Everything in her car that we had was stolen. And by the way, when we were in the club, we of course got drunk. Okay. And we were dancing. We had a great time. We got out to the car and then everything was gone. The window busted out. It just sucked. Okay. So it ruined the birthday. It ruined everything. And when we got back to the hotel, we realized, obviously the car had been broken into. We called my boyfriend, now husband at the time. And my friend, because I sobered up pretty quickly because, that was a traumatic experience. And my friend was so drunk still, she kept saying the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. And it was just for my boyfriend to come down there and kick somebody's butt. Get down here, get down. She just kept saying it over and over and over again. And it never stopped. So I can see Karen saying, Jen, 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 or screaming, the same thing over and over. She's drunk. Okay. So they're trying to make her sound like she's some, crazy person trying to cover her. Trust me, when you're drunk, you're not some mastermind killer that's trying to cover anything or do anything nefarious, because you're drunk. And especially at that toxicology level that she was, no, you're not some, you're just not, you're not a dang brain surgeon. Okay. Like Dr. Wolf. So yeah, she's not that far, so many steps ahead of everybody that she's that, what's the Mensa? She's not a Mensa genius. Okay. We're not doing all that when we're that intoxicated. So, yeah, I think they have, given her way too much credit. And I think, the defense, has a pretty good chance of either getting another mistrial or a not guilty verdict, an acquittal, because this case is just crazy. And again, I forgot until I was watching Brother Counsel's How to Lose a Case in 20 Days about the solo cups and the Stop and Shop bags or whatever they used as evidence bags. This is just the most ridiculous case. And Michael Proctor and the mishandling of the evidence, supposed evidence that they did, is just absolutely ridiculous. Like, how do you not have, as detectives or troopers, you don't have gloves, you don't have evidence bags, you don't have anything. You come to a supposed crime scene and you don't have any of these items with you to collect evidence. And it's a storm. Yes, it's a storm. But you're an investigator. You know that when there's a supposed possible crime scene, or you're not even treating most cops would be treating this, as a possible accident or something all along. Or why are you already treating this like, a red rum out the gate? I don't understand, because this is just so strange to me, this entire situation. I just don't get it. It's so strange. So whenever there's a scene that's compromised due to weather, a trained, seasoned, or knowledgeable detective already knows that they're basically behind the 8 ball because of that. So they have measures that they take into consideration for the investigation because of that. Michael Proctor did none of those things as the lead investigator, that the prosecution is trying to downplay him. So I just think that's really strange. And how you would not have evidence bags, or where's your forensic team? Where's your crime scene team? Where are they at? Why is where is this professional? Because most departments have a crime scene technician team, a crime scene unit team. Where are they to take this evidence? I don't understand why you have these. Why is Michael Proctor? Why are these guys taking the evidence, and why are you using a leaf blower? Which, some people, that's still speculative. Was that a good idea or not a good idea? Which I get, there was a lot of snow at the time they started collecting the evidence, but I mean, you're blowing possibly other evidence away, which I still think is questionable. Some people say it was a good idea. Some people were like, but I'm just like, what? Was it a good idea? But again, you have crime scene technicians that do collect evidence. They're separate from the investigation because they collect items that possibly a detective would miss, or, you know, also they're separate because they see things. There's a photographer, right? There's someone takes pictures of the scene first, where everything's laid out. And that way they have pictures of the original scene. Okay, original, which is not what happened here. There was no pictures of the original scene. So you didn't get the befores before the snow was all blown away. So this scene was all messed up from the beginning. You didn't get the befores. You didn't get any of that. Obviously, there's a huge storm, right? So they're going to use that. There's those huge storms, so no way of getting pictures befores. Then you didn't get the like after the right afters because they're snow blowing, they're leaf blowing all this stuff away. They already took her Lexus. So you didn't get, so I don't understand the whole pattern here. They didn't get everything the way it's supposed to get in sequential order. So and then no actual crime scene technicians. They just use the detectives. I wonder what they're sidebarring about today. I hope she doesn't kick the jury out. Or not the jury, the whole courtroom out. Darn it. The other day she kicked everyone out. I wonder what she talked to the jury about. Everyone speculates that maybe somebody said something to one of the jurors. So, I don't know. Please feel free to leave a comment, say hello, introduce yourself. I am Tracy Lee, by the way. You are at the Alternate Point of View. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for popping in. I know you have many channels you can watch this trial on, so I appreciate you being here. We are streaming through Court TV until Court TV dings my channel. As I stated before, I have been gone for quite some time, and I am back. So I am happy to be back. I'm going to be doing lives again. I figured using the Karen retrial was a good way to come back and see how things would go. I made another video I just posted about Jordan Henning trying to get his time shortened. So I hope you guys will check that out. I have been away because, you know, being sick sucks. So hopefully you guys will come back to the channel, like, subscribe, and share, and check out more trials with me. I'm not sure if you guys have heard, but the Koberger trial is trying to be postponed until August. Fun. I have my own thoughts about that. I also don't know if you're aware, but there's another trial that may be happening with Holly Bobo. That is probably going to go back to a retrial. So we are going to check that out as well. I remember Holly Bobo because I'm from Alabama, and that happened in 2011 on my anniversary, actually. And it was huge there. So that's a big deal because they are saying they got the wrong guys. It is a very questionable case. So if they do have the wrong guys, they will probably get a retrial. I believe they're going to get a retrial. I did a poll on my channel of do you think they're going to get a retrial? So far, I have like 67% think they will, 33% think no. So I think they will get a retrial. So we'll see. I wish that we could get Michael out of prison. If you guys aren't following on my channel, please check out my other videos. I greatly appreciate it. We've been working on the Samantha Wall case for 2 years, and nothing has moved. The needle has not moved on that at all. And that is really thanks to the Democrat Party in Michigan and actually Samantha's parents. They don't really want to see resolution for that case, and I think that's terrible. So we are still working here slowly right now because of my health, but really to get Michael out of prison so that we can really try to find who actually took Samantha's life. So if you're not familiar with the Samantha Wall case out of Detroit, I encourage you all to check out my other videos and see what I'm talking about. I want to tell y'all more about it, but I really want you to watch my videos too. So check out the Samantha Wall videos. So again, we're still waiting. What the heck? I think the prosecution's going to end today, and then the defense will start. I wonder if the defense is going to call Michael Proctor. Because I think they're allowed to. I don't think there's like anything against them calling him. I just wonder if he's going to plead the fifth on everything. If he could just be like, I plead the fifth, or I don't recall. Because everyone who got up there on the prosecution side basically said he was not the lead investigator. He was just some random investigator basically on this case. And he had, nothing to do with it. No big deal. He's just a guy, And also, how do you butt dial call and butt dial answer? I mean, is that a thing? Butt dial calling and butt dial answering? I'm just curious. So, if that's possible. Man. Well, I cannot help it that the trial has not started, but this is Beverly for you. She's probably telling the defense, no, they can't do. Dang it. See, okay. I just said, how do you butt dial call and butt dial answer? I literally just called someone by accident. As I was trying to decline a call. So there you go. That's how you do it. It's not a butt dial. They call it a butt dial. It's not a butt dial. But it's actual yeah. So there you go. I just did it. How do you butt dial call and butt dial answer? I just did it by a total accident. So, but how do you do it for so many seconds? Because I just realized I called somebody. Okay. Weird. Now my friend's going to think I called her and she's going to call me back, and I really did not mean to call her. Darn it. Man. I hate long sidebars, long breaks, long anything. So in case you guys are not aware, you can super chat. You can thanks. Hi, Gwen. Good morning. Yeah, I totally am just sitting here going, how do you butt dial call and butt dial answer? And I literally did it. Yeah. I'm a genius. Yeah. So in case you guys don't know, you can super chat, you can join as a member, you can give thanks. There's all kinds of things you can do. You can buy product, you can like, you can subscribe, you can share, you can do all kinds of fun things for the channel to help the channel, which would be greatly appreciated. So I would love that. Thanks, Gwen. I'm so happy. You're my faithful, strong. I love it. So I would greatly appreciate any and all support for the channel. Because I am back. And I will be here. And we're here, the trial. Oh my gosh, we're starting. Yay. Oh, nope. Now they're on a break. Short break while jury enters. Okay. Okay. Okay, so they are about to come in. Yay, we're finally getting this show on the road. Maybe we'll get some people in here into our little live. I mean, there's only like 100 channels doing this live. So, I mean, this is just hopefully getting me back in the swing of things, and we'll just watch this ceiling fan go round and round and round, because it's my favorite thing ever, is watching the ceiling fan in Bev's courtroom in her tiny little court. I would feel so claustrophobic in this courtroom. And also, I would not want to be breathing all of these people's air. That would just be so when I went to the trial in to Lori Daybell's the courtroom there in Arizona, that courtroom was really big, but the gallery was, we were all bunched up together. But the courtroom where the jury was and all that stuff was huge. And the judge was like way up high, like all by himself. But the gallery felt crowded. There was only so many, like a lot. We actually fit a lot of people in there, but all you could hear the entire time while they were giving their closing statements was keyboard. Clack, 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 clack. So I don't know how to do SEO stuff. Yeah, your videos have not been popping up on my feed like they used to, Gwen, which is really weird because I mean, obviously I'm a subscriber on your channel, but now I don't get your videos anymore, which is really weird. Yeah, I don't understand the tag thing either. It's supposed to help. And I have vidIQ, and it's supposed to, like, I posted a video this morning and no one watched it. It's weird. So my shorts get views, but my videos don't. I don't know. I don't understand the whole YouTube thing, but maybe it'll get there. I'm just gonna not stress out about it because YouTube is YouTube. Just gonna get back on my lives and see if that works and make my videos, and maybe I might try that. Because I mean, it takes a long time to put those tags in. It takes a super long time to put those tags in. All right, we are watching that ceiling fan spin. I don't know how long it takes for that jury to enter, but she must be given some kind of instruction or something. I don't know what she's doing, but it's Bev. We never know what she's doing. We never know. Huh. Interesting. I don't know. I was trying to do TikTok, but I really don't want to do TikTok. I'm not that dedicated. I thought about doing a thing on there about seizures and stuff, but I just decided not to. I just don't want to. I don't think people care enough. I don't know. I just don't. I don't. I'm doing enough. I'm doing enough to be on my YouTube channel. So I don't. I've become such an introvert. It's so weird. I used to be such an extrovert. And like, I mean, if people knew me back in the day, like if there's anybody if anybody saw this channel that knew me back in the day, they'd be like, oh my gosh, I know her, and man, she was wild. Like wild. Whew, I'm so not that person anymore. So not that person anymore. Yeah, I understand, Gwen. That has just been I've decided I'm going to have to treat myself like a child and make myself like I used to do to Seth when he was a kid, and like do a chart of to-do chores and give myself a star for everyone that I complete. so that I can make myself do stuff. It's terrible. That's why I figured this trial would be, I mean, help me get back in the swing of things, even though it's not like my favorite trial. Because I just feel like this shouldn't be happening. This trial shouldn't be happening. I can't believe that this, of all things, is going back to trial or even went to trial in the first place, because it's such a botched investigation. Karen Reed should not be in a retrial, just for the fact that since Michael Proctor was fired and he was the lead investigator on this, that means everything he touched is tainted. So it just shouldn't be. And it certainly shouldn't be this to this scale. I think she shouldn't be. This shouldn't even be sitting here. We shouldn't be sitting here. And I can't believe it has this much publicity. To me, there's other cases going on that should be getting a lot more attention, but I really don't understand why hers is getting so much attention. But it is, and it seems to be the only trial every outlet is covering. So here we sit, covering Karen Reed. Yeah. And I know there's way more important stuff going on. Yes, Chris Sure. I am actually going to cover something about him. Yes, they did drop the case. I am actually very happy that they dropped the case about that, Gwen, because I mean, honestly, I from what I saw, I did watch that trial while I was in my funk and not feeling well. But I did watch that trial, and that should have never gone to trial, as far as I could tell, just the things that I saw. First of all, you don't run from the police. Don't run, and you won't get chased down, and you won't get tased a bunch of times. Yeah, he shouldn't have been charged with that. I mean, and he used a taser first. He did everything that everybody, all the civilians, all the TV talkers, everybody out there, the talking heads, everybody says, "Oh, well, you should have used the taser. Oh, you should have shot him in the leg." First of all, everyone who says that, like Joy Behar, who's a complete moron, says on TV, you don't know, if you shoot someone in the leg, duh. I don't know if you've ever, if people realize, but if you shoot someone in the leg, you could hit an artery, a major flipping artery, that a person will bleed out in seconds. She's an idiot. So you don't go for a different body part as a warning shot. That's not how this works. Yeah, she's a moron. So, yeah, the fact that people are always like, "Oh, you should have done this first. You should have done that first. You should have." Okay, that's what a taser was for. He did use a taser. This guy fought him and took the taser from him, and yeah, so whatever. That was just the dumbest, most asinine situation. There are other, but the other trial where those cops all got off, did you see that one where the 4 police officers beat the ever living snot to death out of that guy? And that was quite obvious, and they were found not guilty on all 11 charges, every single one of them, down to the minimalist, tiniest charge. I want to do a video about that, because that was excessive. That was like flipping. Now, if you're going to talk about police brutality or cops taking it too far, that case, they should have been found guilty on something. but they were found not guilty on every single charge, all the way down to the tiniest charge. And this guy died too. And he was beaten to death. And yeah, but nope, nobody said anything about that. There's no outrage and anger for that. I just don't understand. It shouldn't matter what color the police officers are. It should just matter that the fact that there was police misconduct and police brutality on a person, an unarmed person. It really shouldn't matter. It's just the behavior. So, but apparently it matters. So anyway, I just work here. I'm just the person. Well, I think those 4 guys should have been found guilty on some kind of charge, at least. Honestly, they all participated in that guy's death, and they all should have been found guilty on excessive force or something, but they were not, and they were all let go and walked away. So that's true. I haven't heard from Michael either in since I was in the hospital. Actually, he called while I was in the hospital, and I answered the phone. I vaguely remember talking to him for a little bit, for a minute. I vaguely remember. I was very, very out of it, and he was shocked that I answered the phone, I think, because I was so out of it. And he was just like, "Why are you answering the phone?" And I was like, because the number changed. So used to, when he called, it would say correction facility, and now it stopped doing that. Now it actually shows a number from Texas, which is weird. So I finally realized that, because it'll go to my voicemail. So I started answering every time this number would call from Texas, and I don't know why I answered the phone. But I was in the hospital in Arizona, and he was like, "Why did you answer the phone?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm in the hospital." I was so out of it. But he hasn't called me back, so and he doesn't get his JPays anymore. They cut him off of JPay because people keep sending him inappropriate things, and so like, he can control what people send. What's crazy too is like, they cut him off of his JPay, so he can't get that. But I just watched some YouTube videos the other day of like, prisoners have cell phones, they have Facebook accounts, they communicate outside of prison with their with pictures, because Alec Murdaugh, they're sending information outside of prison about Alec Murdaugh. And so Michael can't get into his JPay account because people are sending inappropriate pictures and stuff. Like, he can control that. But maximum security prison, people have cell phones, Facebook accounts, all this kind of shenanigans. And you're telling me Michael, who's not in a maximum security prison, can't look at his own JPay account? Like, winning. I don't know. It just makes no sense. Okay, so what time is it? I don't even know why they say they're going to have court at a certain time when they're not. It just makes zero sense. It never starts on time. I'm glad I have you to talk to, Gwen, because there's nobody else here. But that's okay, because I haven't talked to you in forever. Yeah, I mean, like, don't give him the inappropriate stuff, but at least let him talk to people or have communication with the people that are not sending him inappropriate stuff. Like, that's not fair. Like, he can't have his JPay. He can't, like, he can't. I mean, I don't understand why he can't, but I should probably at least write him letters or something. Cause, like, I mean, that's not fair that he can't have access to uh, people contacting him. So I feel bad. He has no contact. He can't, and he's not called me. I guess he feels bad or doesn't think he can come. I'm gonna contact Perna though, and see if she can let him know. Um, I'm gonna send him an email and just see. And I mean, I know they monitor his JPay, but why can't he have his JPay? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I'm gonna email him. I just don't understand why they do stuff like that. It just is awful. I might mention that in one of his JPays is like, I think it's against the law for them to stop giving you your email. I'm going to look that up. Thanks for pointing that out, Gwen. Yeah, I'm going to look that up. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. Like, why are they punishing him? Because he's not done anything. That's another thing too. Because, like, when he didn't get his parole, they had no reason to not give him his parole. He had literally done everything in there, all of the programs, everything, and they literally told him he was a menace to society. Yeah, it's Michigan, man. I'm telling you, I'm starting to believe that Michigan is like, uh, I don't know. I'm just starting to think that Michigan's got its own, like, on its own planet or something. I don't know. It's just crazy. See, I just wish that I've been sitting here racking my brain trying to figure out ways to help Michael, and I just don't, like, no one will even acknowledge this case. It's almost like it didn't even happen. And I just don't know how to, yeah, I don't know how to make it. Anytime I mention her name, it's like it's like turning the lights on and the roaches run. It's just weird. So weird. And I really need, like, to find a constitutional attorney. Yeah, I don't understand. Michigan is just shady. Shady, shady, shady. It's all about, I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's because they don't want to admit that they've screwed up. It might just be me and you today, Gwen. Well, we'll ease back into the lives. We'll see. Oh, I'm just gonna be honest though, but I think everybody's puppets. I can't stand, like, right now I'm so disappointed in everything. I haven't even been paying attention to anything anymore. nothing's getting accomplished. That like the first 60 days we're like woohoo, and now everything's like, ugh, what the heck? It's like nothing's happening. That I thought. Oh, okay. So, yeah, and also we're in a religious. We're in a biblical. Wait, what is it? A religious war right now because all this stuff happening on U.S. Like everybody's fighting right now. It's just ridiculous. It's crazy. The here in Austin, I don't know if you heard, but people are fighting. Well, the whole Israel Hamas stuff is Palestine stuff is just going off the charts, and so is Russia and Ukraine. Yep. So I was watching this brother. Where's he at? Brother Council. Brother Council. He's this other channel that I found. And he breaks down the trial. And he says, so I don't know if you saw the guy, the expert that the prosecution brought for Karen Reed. And he brought this guy from Alabama. So I'm so embarrassed, y'all. But he literally, this guy from Alabama is a complete total representation. Sorry. But they found out that he did not have his bachelor's degree, and he has been an expert in many, many trials. And I'm not saying, okay, first of all, he's been pursuing his bachelor's degree for 17 years. I've been pursuing my bachelor's degree for way longer. I've told y'all plenty of times that I don't have my bachelor's, but I only lack biology and math. Okay. I literally have every single class and credit needed. And I called my professor not too long ago and was joking around with him that I needed an honorary bachelor's degree because literally, y'all, I have every credit in all my classes for my bachelor's degree. I just am really dumb at math and science. Okay. That's just all there is to it. But this guy claimed he had his bachelor's degree, and he really did not have his bachelor's degree. And he claimed he had it from the University of Alabama. Sorry for his luck, but he does not. But he claimed to be an expert in all of these things. And he was talking about Karen Reed, the offset from the Lexus and the phone data, which I could see that you know how long it takes when you get into your car for your Bluetooth to connect to your car. So I could see that. Also, they were talking about the 3-point turn. I did joke about that to some people about the 3-point turn because in Alabama, I don't know if y'all know, but I don't even know if it's still this way, but I'm pretty sure it is. But in Alabama, you only have to make a 3-point turn to get your driver's license. So back home in Alabama, you just have to go through, and this is in Jacksonville, Alabama, is where I took my driving test. Okay. So there is the DPS where you take your driving test and you go up there, you go through a hospital parking lot. So you go to the DPS, you drive behind the building, there's a stop sign. Now, just FYI, okay, you can miss the stop sign, okay, because you're nervous. All right. And then you drive through a hospital parking lot, which, by the way, the speed limit is 15 miles an hour. Most people speed through the hospital parking lots. This is your driving test. You have to drive behind the building, stop at a stop sign, go through a hospital parking lot, go out the hospital parking lot, go down this road, back road, and make a 3-point turn, and then go back through the hospital parking lot and back to the building, the DPS building. That is your driving test. Okay. Now, during this driving test, you have to stop at the stop sign, go the speed limit through the parking lot, turn on your turn signal. Okay. You have to do the 3-point turn perfectly, go back to the hospital parking lot, turn your turn signal on, do the speed limit through the hospital parking lot, and make sure you stop at the stop sign and get back to the building. But also, you got to put your seatbelt on. You have to have your hands attended to. Okay, so there's a lot to remember. Okay, and then you get your driving license if you do all the things you're supposed to do while somebody's sitting there checking off the clipboard. That is your driving test in Alabama. So yes, this guy is an expert at a 3-point turn. But most people fail that driving test because they speed through the hospital parking lot because it is only 15 miles an hour. Also, that 3-point turn, by the way, a 3-point turn turns into a 6-point turn, 8-point turn, all kinds of turns real fast, y'all. Okay. And a 3-point turn is so there. Yeah. A 3-point turn isn't always as simple as it seems. And I have turned a 3-point turn into a driving ditch turn, into a mailbox hit and turn, into a pole hit and turn, into a lot of hit and turns. Okay, so I could see where you could hit somebody. Now, I don't want to hit somebody. Now, I've hit nobody, but I'm just saying you could turn a 3-point turn into a possible hitting something. Just saying. It could happen. But yes, so old Burgess from Alabama was an expert on stuff, but it wasn't having a bachelor's. And just so you know, just because you don't have a bachelor's doesn't mean that you're dumb. It just means you don't have a bachelor's. I don't have my bachelor's, but like I said, I have a lot of experience. I did go to college. I just didn't pass math. Okay. And just because you can't math doesn't mean that you don't know enough to have your bachelor's. I just can't math. Okay. I also did go to school in Alabama. All right. Just FYI, Alabama is really dumb. We're not that smart about math and science. We're just not. Just not that smart. And I know this because I went from Alabama to California when I was in high school. I did go to Beverly Hills High School, and they couldn't find math classes dumb enough for me. This is true. That's embarrassing, but it's the truth. They couldn't find math classes as far behind as Alabama was. And I mean, honestly, Alabama is still far behind. But that back then, when I was in high school, I hadn't had math as advanced as they were in California. So it's just truth. So yeah, so old Burgess gets on the stand. He claims to be an expert. He is confirmed as an expert by the judge, and his times are completely off. Everything that he says is completely different from what the prosecution states in the first place. And he changes his statement from January to May. He changes his times. He changes everything. He doesn't say it's an update. He says it's basically his report. So we will see how that goes over. I'm really excited to see what the defense is going to put on. And okay, so are they talking? No, they're not saying anything. Okay. They're just still waiting for the jury to, now they're on a short break. Oh my goodness gracious day alive. Oh, Beverly, what in the devil? So I swear. I mean, there's not anything else we can look at but the ceiling fan. This is going to be like the notorious ceiling fan case. Because, so Burgess, I think, did not, obviously, he blew this case for the prosecution. I think Jennifer McCabe, as brother counsel pointed out, she did not tell the grand jury that Karen Reed stated that she hit him. this all comes out later, which is kind of strange. You would think that would be significant. Also, how, again, I think it's really weird that the Alberts didn't come out of their house when you have sirens and lights and all this shenanigans going on in your front yard. I think that's weird. I think it's weird they got rid of the dog. I think it's weird they got rid of their house. I just think it's all weird. My prediction of this entire situation is that they were all drunk. John and that group got into some sort of weird altercation. The dog was in the room. The dog didn't like the altercation. The dog clearly attacked John in some way, and John got pissed off, mad, whatever, and was like, screw this, I'm going home. And he walked out of the house and was drunk, fumbled, had his glass in his hand, and fell down, hit his head, and died in the cold. And I think that when Karen called, panicking, wondering where John was, everybody had already gone about their way, gone home, whatever. And what time did Jennifer McCabe look up the house long to die in the cold? It was like 2 something in the morning. John, they had already found John. I think that she looked that up because she was like, holy crap, we just found John in the cold, dead in the front yard. So she looked it up. How long does it take to die in the cold? So she's like, how long could he have possibly been out here? And we didn't know. So hence started the cover up.
You are unmuted.
All right. I was told council wanted to see me at sidebar again.
Again? Oh, and Alessi, by the way, is like super champ attorney. If y'all been paying attention to him at all, he is been dropping bombs. This trial, by the way, has been a slow burn. Holy moly. I don't know how many of those we watch, y'all, but this one has definitely been, it's probably just been this one, both times. It's been like, ugh. But Alessi is awesome. He just drops a bomb every now and then. It's just like bam, bam, bam. And yes, Gwen, the 2 people that were taken out in DC has started a ripple effect across the country, because I know here in Austin now we have mosques that are being allegedly attacked, and now there's like they're putting Star of Davids all over the mosque. I don't know. It's just crazy. This is getting out of control. Completely out of control. And I wish Alan Jackson would shave his face. Whatever is going on with his face, I wish would just go away. Let me see. Yeah, what is that on his face? It needs to go. Oh, I know. I saw that. Oh my God. An American. I'm like, what? I mean, why are you going all the way to Israel? This just makes no sense. People are just, it's just getting crazy. Getting crazy. Okay, well, while they're on a sidebar, Okay. I think after so many minutes on YouTube, you can say stuff. I'm not really sure. I have to look at all the rules again because I see other people say stuff on YouTube. I don't know. It's just weird. Oh my gosh, it has been an hour and a half and they still have not started this trial.
Oh, great. Great.
Great, great. We're finally getting started. I don't know how they don't see each other, like how the defense can't see the prosecution stuff.
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court in case now and hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, sir. So we're going to have a short voir dire.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Lessie?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
If you look at any documents in answering my question, I appreciate you letting me know that, okay?
Okay,
Do you have any documents open in front of you at this moment?
I do. I have a binder.
Your Honor, I would ask until the question
Can
comes
you
up.
do without it, sir, for a few minutes?
Depending on the question, sure.
Okay, so just let us know if you need to look at it. Don't look at it without
I mean,
permission, please. All right, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Lessie.
Honor. Dr. Welcher, you have changed your PowerPoint presentation in the last few days
Oh,
in
this
this
is
case,
voir dire.
correct?
Okay, outside of the
I
presence of the jury.
deleted a slide and removed a couple words.
Right, but you've changed your PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct. I deleted a slide and deleted a couple words.
Who have you spoken to at the Commonwealth in the last 2 weeks? Anybody associated with the Commonwealth, who have you spoken to?
In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Brannon, Mr. Lowley, Lieutenant Tully,
Anyone else?
I think Mary Ellen Gray,
Anyone else?
the
Everyone.
tech person Cindy this morning.
And with regard to those conversations, what prompted those conversations? Who initiated them?
I was originally told I was going to have to be out here last Monday. So there was a whole flurry of conversations around that.
Woo,
I was
flurry.
initially told I may have to give all my rebuttal testimony on a whole huge data set I'd received.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. My question was simply because we have a limited amount of time. Who initiated the conversations?
Oh, there were multiple conversations.
How many?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I'm sorry?
More than 10?
Probably not.
All right, what did you discuss with, you understand it's no longer Detective Lieutenant Tully, it's, as I understand, it's Lieutenant Tully. Did you have you said you had conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
When was the first conversation? How many, and what are the nature of those conversations?
Are you limiting it to the last 10 days or in total in my life?
Within the last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks. I believe it was when I got here on Saturday night, I informed them I'd landed. And then Sunday morning, he gave me a ride over to the district attorney's office.
And what did you discuss from when you, did you have any discussions with Lieutenant Tully before Saturday, within the last 2 weeks?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you discuss with Lieutenant Tully? Topics.
Give me a time frame.
I keep saying the last 2 weeks. That's the time frame I'm looking
all
at.
the conversations I had with him.
Yes,
Can you have somebody pick me up at the hotel?
I'm talking substantive, sir, about your outline, your PowerPoint presentation. Topics of what discussions about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation.
I had no discussions with him about the topics of my PowerPoint presentation.
Who did you have discussions with from the Commonwealth about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Mr. Brannon and Mr. Lally.
Describe those conversations and how many you had, including the first one that you had.
Well, I originally submitted my presentation with my original report way back, I believe in January.
Right. I'm asking for conversations within the last 2 weeks.
Okay, question wasn't clear.
Ah,
Then on Sunday, we just went through top to bottom through my presentation. Mr. Brandon wanted to make sure he understood everything in it. And then I met with Mr. Brandon again on Sunday. We ran through it briefly again. And then that was largely it.
Who suggested the changes to your presentation?
Mr. Brandon.
Mr. Brennan suggested the changes that you make.
He indicated some of the things, for example, the slide I deleted referenced testimony that I was not allowed to include on a slide.
Were there any discussions with anybody from the prosecution team about the changes with regard to the what I will call the Dighton route, the Dighton distance, and the total mileage? Do you know what slide I'm referring to, sir?
I do, yeah.
Who initiated the discussion on the changes to that slide?
So that slide was changed, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 days ago.
Oh, it was changed 8 or 10 days ago.
Correct.
Were there any changes made from 8 or 10 days ago to what's now in your presentation?
Not beyond what we talked
Oh, okay. So 10 days ago, those changes were made.
about. 8 to 10
8 to 10.
days ago. I could actually probably figure out exactly when, if you like.
Now my next questions go to Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is a colleague of yours at Aperture, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of issues relating to the accuracy or inaccuracy of his CV?
Unfortunately, I've been bombarded with emails
woo.
that have referenced that. I've seen it. I have not read them.
You've been bombarded with them, but you have, and you say unfortunately, but you have not read any of them? None?
Maybe 1 or 2 lines. For example, they come in, they're looking like legitimate business emails. And then I pull it up as a business email. I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Court said I can't look at this.
Now, I want to go back to your slide presentation. I understand
Hey,
that
China!
you intend,
How are you?
subject to our
Welcome
objections of
back.
the court's ruling, you intend to present testimony
Happy late
with regard
birthday.
to your PowerPoint, where you are going to elaborate on your 1231-38 to 1231-43, trigger 1162-2, and you're going to add to what has been in your presentation a verbal discussion with regard to Mr. Burgess's change that he made in his May 8th report with regard to the variance time window. Do I have that correct?
No, you don't. It's not based upon a verbal
Feel better
discussion.
now.
It's
Thank
based
you.
upon his report.
Okay, so you're going to make, you propose, what you're intending to do is you want to add the change from Mr. Burgess's May 8th report to what you're going to testify to on your PowerPoint. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
And the only reason you're going to testify with regard to altering the 1231-38 to 1231-43 window is because of what Mr. Burgess has done on May 8th. Is that correct?
It's better data. So I'm altering it and correcting it with better data that I've received from Mr. Burgess.
Right, but my point is, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess's change, you wouldn't be making any changes in your testimony, correct? It's only because of what Mr. Burgess did on May 8th. Is that correct?
Only from his report, correct.
Correct. So, and you understand, sir, that change has significant effects on the very issues in this case with regard to the timeline and the collision you allege occurred, and comparing it to human volitional conduct of Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his manipulation of the phone. You understand the consequences
I
of
know,
that
right,
change,
China?
do you, sir?
I like him.
I do. I would disagree with your assertion that it's consequential. Again, my original data, which is in my PowerPoint and has not changed, that data is still there. The timing was extremely close within the error of the measurements, which Mr. Burgess ultimately showed in his subsequent report that was within the variance associated with those timing devices.
I understand, but my point, sir, and I want to understand if I have it correct, is that is going to move the time that you assert the 1162.2 trigger occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that's a substantial change given the issues in this case when seconds matter, or do you think it's an insignificant change?
I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Again, I haven't modified my PowerPoint at all. I was happy with the data I had and satisfied with the data I had.
This is more dire.
Again, once presented as engineer would with better data, we use
Outside
better
of
data.
presence.
It brings
sorry.
it, I'm sorry, it
Please,
brings
for
it,
voir dire, let him finish.
Yeah.
it brings it closer in time to Ian Whiffin's last contact point data. But even if we don't have that, given what I knew about the variance in the cell phones, my time was still within that window anyway.
Sir, you've just answered my question, which is
Good.
you agree that it affects the timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffin's report. You said brings it closer. Did I have your words correctly?
Correct. What I was concerned about was your word about significant change. It brings it closer. It doesn't necessarily bring it significantly closer. My original timeline was very close, within the range of the accuracy of those types of cell phones, infotainment system data. So even if I didn't have Mr. Burgess's subsequent report, the data is still within that time window.
Sir, isn't it a fact that with the variance of Mr. Burgess that you want to testify to, that there is a change because your 1162.2 trigger 1231.38 to 1231.43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated, again, there's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 1162.2. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay.
Okay, so
Your Honor,
that's it.
that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring the jury in. They outside the door.
Okay, so
You might
this
as well stay right there.
Thank you.
Okay.
so this goes back to my Alabama guy, okay, who makes us look really, really dumb.
I'll see you
by the
outside.
way.
No, they can come in.
The one who said he had a bachelor's degree, which he did not. But he's the one who fudged up the times on the infotainment center and the cell phone. All right. Because he was, trying to show, they're trying to now say that the cell phone data and the Lexus data don't match up because, how your, the Lexus data is different on the infotainment center than the cell phone data. So there's seconds off or whatever. And so they're trying to show that they brought this Shannon Burgess guy up there and the defense basically cremated him on the stand. And now this guy is another witness that works with or is aware of this Shannon Burgess guy. And he changed his data to match Shannon Burgess' data. And this Alessi also has just now destroyed this guy's information, is going to do the same thing in front of the jury because he just voir dired him and is basically saying, you changed your data to match Shannon Burgess's data. And he says, yes, I did. And he's saying, why would you do that? And he's basically trying to claim that his data was close enough This is a situation where if you'll watch brother Counsel's videos, which yeah, okay. So first of all, China, okay, look, okay, I've been trying to get my bachelor's since I was like 19 or 20. Okay, honey, I am just lacking math. Okay, I basically have my bachelor's. All right, but I don't have it. But I'm not telling anybody I have a bachelor's degree. But I'm just really bad at math. Really, 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 really bad at math. Okay. But I would never put on my resume that I have a bachelor's.
Hint that we were taking longer than what we ordinarily would. I do appreciate your patience.
But I also am not testifying in court as an expert on many, many, many cases, as that other guy did. Only somebody dumb enough from Alabama would do that. Okay.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this?
And he's in school for 17 years. I've been in school for a lot of years. I tried to go back lots of times. I just can't pass math. Really, really bad at math.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, can I just stand and raise your right hand?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You're welcome.
I know I owe enough to student loans. I should get it. I should just be done.
May I refer to my resume? May I refer to my resume?
Oh, that's funny. Let's refer to my resume.
All right.
You don't know what's on your resume,
Whenever
dude?
you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Brennan.
Ooh, a
Could
line.
you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter who's next to you?
Absolutely. My name is Judson Welcher. My first name is Judson. Last name is Welcher, Welcher.
He had to think for a
Sir,
second.
what do you do
Please come
for a
on in.
profession?
I'm an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction and things such as this as the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical engineer different than an accident reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in a human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics and principles of engineering. So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, when people are inside the car, seat belts, airbags. The first seat belt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who quantify the force of the crash and what kind of injury damage there is to the body. So it is force that causes damage like a fracture. And so we're looking at how the physical forces are applied to the body and what that means in terms of what happens to the body.
Dr. Welcher, I want to ask you a little bit about how you became a biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. Can you tell us?
Sure. So when I was getting ready to go to college, my father, who was a physician, said, whatever you do, do not go to medical school. Because I was getting ready to go to medical school. So this was 39 years ago, I believe. 35 years ago, 39 years ago. He said, it's just not worth it. So I said, okay. So then I entered into the mechanical engineering. I grew up riding motorcycles, taking things apart, frequently pissing my parents off when I couldn't put it back together. But I like taking things apart and figuring out how things worked. So I went to university and got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. From there, I happened to be at a Thursday meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. A group came in from a company that did this type of work, and they showed some examples of how you apply engineering concepts that you learn in mechanical engineering to the human body. And so I was like, man, that's a great job. That's the perfect mix of engineering that I have and my desire, to learn the medical side of things as well without becoming a doctor. So I talked to them. I actually applied to the company and was ultimately hired as a biomechanical engineer.
How long did you continue as a biomechanical engineer until you went back to school?
So I actually, very quickly after I started the job, I took a human anatomy class at a community college. I quickly realized that wasn't enough. And so in around 1993, I went to the USC Medical School and enrolled through what's called concurrent enrollment, which means you can take the class, but you're not actually in medical school. It's a medical school class. But I took gross human anatomy. So it was me and 160 or so other doctors. I took the same human anatomy that first year medical students at USC took. So it began in 1993.
Did you continue to work as you pursued your higher education?
I ultimately started my own company, continued to work, continued to do research, had a wonderful opportunity to have 2 beautiful children, and continue to this day.
Tell us a little bit about the company you started and when.
Sure. So in about October of 1994, I started my own company. Me and the guy who was my immediate supervisor said, hey, we can do this better. We can do more research, more testing. And so we started our own company.
What kind of company was it?
It was an action reconstruction and biomechanical engineering company. We also early on did a bunch of testing and design work for amusement park rides. The same concepts for car crashes applies to roller coasters, basically anything. So we worked and had some contracts on improving ride safety. And I was also on the ASTM committee that looked at amusement park ride designs.
Did that company grow from 2 people?
Correct. We took it from 2 to about 25 people, and then we ultimately sold it in right around January 1st of 2022.
Before 2022, did you obtain a master's degree?
I did.
And what was that in and where was that from?
So again, I was working full time. Actually, while I was doing my master's degree, I was also teaching classes at Texas A&M through their law enforcement training division. So it was extension classes. But I ultimately completed my master's thesis in December of 2001. That was from USC, University of Southern California. And I received my master's degree in biomedical engineering. I wrote my thesis. It was basically on automotive seat design, but it was titled Whiplash-Associated Disorders, Related Anatomy, Biomechanics of Injury, and the Relationship Between Injury Potential and Automotive Seat Design.
Excuse me, Your Honor, if I may, pardon the interruption. If Dr. Welcher reads from this report, which I think he just did, can we know when he's doing that?
Sure. Dr. Welcher asked me if he could refer to his resume, and I said yes. So if you read, just let us know.
Thank you.
And it's my resume, not my report.
Your resume, did I say?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no, it's his resume.
You share with us that your company continued to grow until you ultimately sold it in 2022. During that time, did you continue to pursue higher education after you obtained your master's degree?
I did. So again, ever since 1993, I've been slowly pursuing higher education, both obtaining my master's degree as well as my PhD. During that time frame, I also published 20 peer-reviewed scientific publications. I taught for 5 years at Texas A&M and served as a peer reviewer for both the Society of Automotive Engineers and for a short period on the Archives of Physical Medicine. So I was working and running a company with my co-creator, as well as teaching conducting research, publishing, also while going to school part-time.
Take us to 2011. Were you still pursuing education at the University of Southern California?
I was.
And what occurred? What did you achieve in 2011?
So in August of 2011, I finally obtained my PhD in biomedical engineering. I wrote my dissertation, reading from my resume, titled Development, Validation, and Testing of a New Sensor Array for Intra-Articular Pressure Measurement, In Vitro Human Lumbar Spine, Intra-Articular Facet Testing, which is a lot of big words to say. I was testing cadaver spines, looking at the loads inside the spines associated with various motions of the spine.
Did you achieve your PhD in biomechanical engineering?
It's actually in biomedical engineering. Biomechanics is within the field of biomedical engineering.
So you have a PhD in biomedical engineering.
Correct.
You mentioned that you have published many articles. Have there been articles that you have published that are relevant to some of the subjects that you're going to talk about during your testimony?
I mean, I have a number of, again, peer-reviewed scientific publications. Peer review just means you submit it to a journal and they have other people review it, give you comments, your peers in the field. I do believe there are a number of them that could certainly be relevant to both the physics and, for example, pedestrian injuries.
If I could mention a few. You wrote an article on sideswipe collision dynamics. What's sideswipe collision dynamics?
So I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition. They asked me to give a presentation on the theory, science, and mathematics behind sideswipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle impacts, such as like a corner of a bumper goes into the side of a car, any kind of glancing or clipping type impact.
Similarly, in many of the articles that you wrote, is one of them about methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles?
It is.
Tell us a little bit what that.
So that was a Society of Automotive Engineers paper. Again, another peer-reviewed paper that we worked on. It was kind of an extension or continuation of all that research, where we just looked at the physics and the mathematics, basically the reconstruction of glancing or sideswipe type impacts.
Similarly, methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
If I can continue, another article or publication that you wrote, occupant kinematics and loading in low speed lateral impacts. What does that mean?
So in the course of my career, I've done probably 12 to maybe 1,300 actual crash tests. I've crashed everything from skateboards, mopeds, up to trains, motorhomes, and ambulances. I've conducted, relative to this case, probably or been involved with 50 to maybe 70 pedestrian impact tests. So the low speed side impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers, which are things that measure acceleration. If you had physics or memory, Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration. So knowing the acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have various sensors on the body. We have various sensors on the car for the reconstruction aspects of it. So that study was the biomechanics portion. And the first paper you read about the reconstruction was the reconstruction portion. So the first paper you discussed was everything outside the car. Then we looked at how the forces applied to those impacts to people inside the car.
Have you had a lot of publications and studies about the force applied to people outside of a car?
I don't know if I'd say a lot, but I was an invited lecturer to the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference, where I specifically gave a paper and a series, or basically a lecture on what's called pedestrian impact biomechanics, which was exactly as the name implies, what happens to pedestrians when they're impacted predominantly by cars and vehicles.
How much of your work involves pedestrian impacts?
Probably maybe 10%, 5 to 10%. Most of it's car to cars.
Biomechanics of low-speed impacts. Is that another paper that you wrote?
That is a paper I wrote.
I don't want to read all of your papers and all of your publications, but on a different topic, did you write a paper on the study of the measurement of Generation 2 Toyota event data recorders and low-speed side impacts?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about what measurement of event data means in this article?
So Toyotas, newer Toyotas particularly, have two types of electronic equipment on board that can record crashes. There is what's referred to as an event data recorder, or EDR. It's somewhat commonly referred to as a black box. It's not exactly right, but it's close. And then there's a secondary system, which is really more closely tied to maintenance. That's called TechStream, but it will pick up data that you can frequently relate back to various events. So that particular paper was looking at the event data recorder data in Toyotas.
We'll get more into that subject later, but is it event data recorders subject that you're well schooled at?
Yes.
In addition to the papers that you've written, have you continued through the years and after becoming a PhD, your research in this area, in these areas?
Correct. For example, every year we're part of a conference called SATI, which is our company, largely led by the engineer, Christopher Furbish, that we work with, has spearheaded us going out and conducting crash tests for that conference. For 10 years, we did a lot of the instrumentation and crash testing at the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference. And then for a number of years, the company actually went down and did crash testing for what's referred to as the Spine Research Institute down in San Diego. So we've been hired by various professional organizations. We came out here once, the Massachusetts Association of Accident Reconstructionists, I think I'm messing the name up, had a conference. We came out here and conducted crash tests for training other experts out here. We did all the instrumentation, the biomechanics of that crash testing.
In your research and testing, you have pages with dates of the different researches and testing you've done. There's over a dozen of the research and testing items and articles that deal with pedestrians. Is that a common topic in your research and testing?
Yes. So again, frequently at the conference, we're doing pedestrian tests. The last Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute conference, there was a series of pedestrian crash tests run there. SATI 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, some pedestrian crash tests that were done there as well. So there are a number of instances on my resume where I have both attended class, and then I mentioned the one time where I gave an hour and a half long lecture on pedestrian injuries.
After you became a PhD or a doctor, do you continue your education and research?
Correct. I've always continued my education and research up until, I just got back from the event data or Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute EDR conference, or the Event Data Recorder Summit.
Hey, Charles.
My company, through my relationship with the founder of that summit, was a sponsor. So Aperture was actually a sponsor of that conference.
Better. How are
We actually
you?
sponsored it the previous year as well. And also as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting, it's called front camera module testing for pedestrian impacts on Chrysler vehicles. Excuse me, General Motors vehicles.
As a biomedical engineer, are there any groups, organizations, or certifications that are important?
I think ACTAR is important. So ACTAR is an acronym. It's ACTAR. and that's short for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists. And so it's a bunch of professional groups, originally from some concerns, I believe, from the Department of Transportation, got together and set standards for reconstructionists. Again, these are kind of minimum standards. You have to show, you send in your resume, you talk to them about your research, and then if you're deemed qualified, you sit for an examination that tests your skills.
Sweet move.
Day-long test, theory, a practical portion, and then every 5 years you have to have 60 continuing education units to become reaccredited. I've been an accredited accident reconstructionist since February of 1995, and my accreditation is current and active up through today.
So you've been accredited for 30 years?
Yeah, correct.
I don't want to trick you on the math.
No, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess it has been 30
Yeah.
years. Oh,
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you testified in state courts?
I have.
Have you testified in federal court?
I have. Matter of fact, in Boston.
Have you ever testified in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified being called by the plaintiff?
I have.
Have you ever testified being called by a defendant in a civil case?
Yes,
Have you testified in criminal cases?
I have.
Have you ever been called by the state or the government?
Yes,
Have you ever been called by a defendant?
correct. Public Defender's Office.
In any of the cases, whether it's civil, criminal, plaintiff, defendant, government defendant,
Oh, he's
does
going
that in
to.
any way change your analysis
coming.
about data regardless of who or where you testify?
No, I take my job as to be a critical analysis of the data. So I wanted to look at the data as objectively as possible and form conclusions based upon the data, trying to remove wherever possible speculation, try to remove wherever possible reference to testimony. Now, sometimes testimony is the only thing we have, and so we need to rely on it for bits and pieces. But generally, my job is to try and look at data and see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't, quite frankly, care. What I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking at the data and drawing sound principles and sound conclusions from the data.
Thank God he didn't become a doctor.
Presently,
Like a
you said you had a
medical doctor.
company and you sold it. Where do you work?
It's a company called Aperture. I guess we were acquired or merged into it technically.
How many offices do you know if Aperture has?
Oh God, I should know that. I mean, we have them in Massachusetts. We have them in, I think there's 3 or 4 in Texas. There's, I think, 4 or 5 in California. So I want to say there's at least, I don't know, 13 to 15.
Do you work at a particular location?
I do.
Where do you work?
Long Beach, California.
Do you work with other people? Do you have a team?
I do.
How many people are on your team?
5.
And what's the team comprised of?
It,
Is everybody a PhD, an engineer?
one individual is a PhD in engineering, Dr. Umali. And then I have 3 other engineers and 1 case reader. I guess it's 6 people. I have a case manager as
Ooh.
well.
Thanks. I hope
Is
so.
there any, do you work interchangeably at the different branches around the country, or do you have your own team in California that you work with?
99% of the time, it's my own team. Occasionally, we'll get a case from another office. I've worked on a couple cases out of the Texas office and maybe a couple out of the Nevada office.
Were you asked to look at any data or information relative to this case?
Yes.
In looking at data and information, do you try to look at a narrow or broad range of information?
So I definitely cast a very broad range. We try and get as much information as possible. And then, weed it down to what is important, weed it down to what is consistent with the data. So start off very big and then get down to sort of the meat and potatoes of it, the important information.
Do you necessarily rely on everything you look at?
No, I certainly consider everything I look at, but I frequently don't rely on everything because sometimes it's not reliable or it's irrelevant.
In this case, can you share with us materials generally that you looked at in your review?
Sure. Your Honor, may I read from my report?
Yes.
Thank you.
He's a smart aleck.
So, Mr. Reporter, I apologize. It's a lengthy list. Slow? So I have police reports, including the Canton PD incident report, and I have 8 other reports, also the 34 Fairview Road Rams final report or cars report. I have the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's residence. I believe that's One Meadows. I have the cruiser cameras, which are the police vehicles, onboard cameras, both front and rear cameras from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe 10 different videos. I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant. I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs of the vehicles lined up together. I have 25 additional photographs of the scene, 18 separate photographs of the scene, 2 photographs of the scene, one group of 92 of the scene, one group of 50 of the scene, another video showing the cars lined up bumper to bumper, 4 videos of the scene. I have a video showing Miss Reed's vehicle being pulled into the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department. I have a 360 diagram, surveillance video files from McCarthy's, surveillance video files from Waterfall Bar, Canton Police Report, Sally Port videos from Dighton. I have the Lexus Connect Verizon records. I have the alarm.com videos. I have a video of the tow truck arriving at the Canton Police Department. One titled Native Location, John O'Keefe's phone. Past witness statements. The report of examination from the coroner. Jennifer McCabe's Cellbrite data. Something called Lexus Infotainment.
Oh,
Different
just
past summary testimony of numerous witnesses.
something called Lexus Infotainment. Kind of important.
I have earlier summary testimony of numerous witnesses. The Boston Magazine interview with Miss Reed, a Dateline interview with Miss Reed, a 2020 interview with Miss Reed, lab reports from BODE, the Crime Scene Response Unit Boston, Crime Scene Service Section Maynard, Crime Scene Service Section Southeast, the Criminalist File Folder, Trace File Folder, UC Davis Veterinary Report. I have Verizon records, GPS location records, John O'Keefe GPS points, Axiom cache location, weather reports, medical records, including the Canton Fire Department run report for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, medical records for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed from Good Samaritan. I have 2 retrograde extrapolation reports, one, and a serum plasma conversion report relative to Miss Reed. I have the neuropathology report. I have the Orange County Medical Examiner's report, the diagrams, the postmortem toxicology report, and a second same autopsy report, more pages.
In addition to the information that you reviewed, did you on your own go out and obtain information that you thought might be helpful for your review?
I did. So first what happened is I asked for all the information on the case. So I received some information, and then what we do is we start doing our homework. So we start doing the groundwork. So once I received some of the information, what I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number. It's a unique 17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number, and that gives us information about the vehicles. So I did that for Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse. So ran the VIN numbers, use the VIN numbers. It tells us year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that. I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert Autostats. And then I have complete parts diagrams for the vehicles. So I have literally bumper to bumper parts diagrams from something called the Mitchell Collision Estimating Guide. And what that is shows parts, involved in the vehicle. So for example, in Miss Reed's vehicle, I have bumper to bumper. I certainly have all the parts around the rear bumper and tail light of her vehicle. And then of course I started additional work on top of that.
After you began your study, sir, did you have an opportunity to personally look at items that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did that include?
That included looking at Miss Reed's vehicle, looking at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, going to the scene of the incident. I ultimately purchased a 2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model of Miss Reed's vehicle, and conducted testing with that vehicle, as well as doing a whole bunch of research and compiling data for my report and slides.
You mentioned slides. When you went through your investigation analysis and ultimately led to whatever conclusions you have, did you provide and create a PowerPoint presentation that could assist you?
I did. I provided a PowerPoint presentation on January 30th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If the prosecution doesn't address that he changed it, the defense is going to destroy him.
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a binder. Would you kindly take a look at it?
So if you haven't watched Brother Counsel, check out his channel because he does such a good job. I'm going to keep saying his channel. I really like his breakdown.
Sir, is that
Very
appear to be a
simple.
copy of the PowerPoint presentation that you prepared for us today?
It appears, 141 pages, didn't look at every page, but it looks right.
All right, I asked to mark this for identification.
Okay.
How to lose a case in 20 days. He does a breakdown of this Karen Reed prosecution. It's really good and it's actually funny, but true.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Dr. Welcher use his PowerPoint presentation to walk us through some of the information. he'd like to
141
share.
pages.
Okay. No objection, Mr. Wesson, right?
Holy moly.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm looking at a paper version in front of me.
Okay. Is the paper version the same as what we're going to see up here?
It is.
Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. And Dr. Welcher is going to manage the PowerPoint presentation. Sir, you mentioned that you wanted to look at the area and look at the scene. Your office is in California.
It is.
Why was it important to come all the way out to this area to see the scene firsthand?
Hold on a second.
I'll let you set up before I start asking you more questions.
Yeah, so given his personality, I'm super thankful that he is not a medical doctor because he has like definitely the personality to be a whatever he is, a biochemical engineer.
We just had it working perfectly.
But for his dad to tell him to not waste
There
his
we go.
time going to medical school, clearly he went to medical school basically because he's a freaking doctor and he had to learn about the body and all that kind of stuff.
So that's
in order
me.
to do his
Oh,
job.
that's my first slide.
I
Again,
have a couple questions.
It wasn't
for
a
you,
waste.
Dr. Welcher.
please.
The first is your office is in California.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why was it important to come all the way out here and view the scene firsthand?
And you want to have as much information as possible. So I wanted to, physically look at all the things so I can actually see with my own hands, my own eyes, lay hands upon it, look at it as best I can. You try and inspect and look at as many things as you possibly can. Sometimes they don't exist anymore. Sometimes they're gone. And you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene in both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good if you're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people, to look at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, on the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Miss Reed's Lexus to assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here. So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road, because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brandon, was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had received material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see, oh, this doesn't work very well. Upper left photograph, that's Miss Reed's vehicle. That's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see it on the ground here. Laser scanner is creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph. That watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch. And what I'm doing is looking at the construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Dr. Welcher notes this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 9/23/24, correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus. And as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case, the month of the date?
No, it was obviously before this. I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
Do you think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those. Did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Thank you.
So just continuing on. So what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the backside of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here for damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please. Okay, doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside of that taillight. Was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, looked at the height of it. I mentioned this lower taillight. Notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see one of the marks, which is consistent with the contact to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. here, this scratch mark, scuff mark. Notice how close it is to this light. Again, some of the evidence, stickers. Just a better view of those, then going down the side of the vehicle. So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner, and each minute and 51 second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that data together. So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of hundreds of millions of points. And so you literally can figure out, if you wanted to know the distance from this lug nut to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of these millions of data points, and it knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So, you probably don't need literally that many points to get an accurate model, but that's just the nature of the way the science is going. Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays. So then, as indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually copy or take an image of, which means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle, the EDR, which is the event data recorder. So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as a black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle, and although you can hardly read it here, again, I mentioned there are two systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the text stream. The EDR system, this system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus. So things like fire the airbag, fire what's called a pretensioner, keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag. So it's not really designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle,
that's why I said
we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there. The system's working properly. We had no fault codes. But for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, this is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is 6,000-pound vehicle. Mr. O'Keefe's only 216 pounds.
Thank you.
So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you surprised that there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
No, exactly what I expected. Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this is the text stream. So this is from Toyota text stream data. You can see the screens here.
Oh,
There's generally two types of files.
He's nailing
It's
that
called
coffin.
a vehicle control history and a PCS file. The PCS file is the, God, I forgot the name of it, the protection system. So I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Sorry, PCS is pre-collision system. Looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, same thing, took a series of photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here. That's your face bar. So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that. There was no damage to that.
Before you go forward, I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain
Please.
text
I want you
stream
to
data.
take
Can
back
go
what you
a
said
couple
about
slides,
that
please?
vehicle weighing
Sure.
6,000 pounds.
You mentioned that in the EVR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the text stream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure. I mean, a lot of data is stored in a similar location. The text stream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the text stream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in accident reconstruction because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the text stream data will record the crash.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and Lexus?
Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus, obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota. So Toyota and Lexus has the Lexus safety system. Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the text stream data.
The text stream data, in this case, does it play an important role in your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The text stream data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Miss Reed's vehicle, and I created a new text stream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did a sudden acceleration test of the vehicle.
On the Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
On her Lexus.
When you did the downloading, why did you do it yourself?
Again, you, whenever possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to say the other ones that did it, so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know hey, I did it. This is the right car. This is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car?
Correct. So again, simply a blue arrow indicating that I looked down behind all this stuff, took measurements of it, and then similarly, I have a 3D point cloud of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in the computer and reconstruct everything on the computer. So before we had the exact angle of impact, again, this is for looking at when Miss Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at One Meadows. I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things, notice how, again, this lower portion of the Lexus bumper sticks out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion. And this is where you would expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact. So again, looking at the measurements up the height of the vehicle. Of course, as you indicated, Mr. Brennan, the taillight's gone. And then went to the scene. So same thing, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people scan it to create a computer model of the scene. So, literally, if you wanted to know the distance from this window to, say, some manhole cover on the road, we have the data to figure that out, down to a couple millimeters.
Does anyone remember
In
how
addition
fast they say she
to
was
going to
going?
the scene and doing the
pretty fast,
digital
right?
mapping, you mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles to see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the text stream download. So this is a screenshot from the text stream download. Keep in mind, this is kind of maintenance software. So we're looking at a number of things in the maintenance software. What we see is, and this is noted in the report too, that when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event,
Maybe
you can
don't
see
say
the
it.
mileage is
I remember.
12,665 miles. So that shows up in Trooper Paul's report. It shows up in the photographs, and it shows up as matching the mileage in the text stream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the. Is it possible for you to enlarge that?
My
No.
fingers are too fat.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
Okay. So what you're looking at is what I called event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Judson Blair Welcher, that's me. And so this is referred to as the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it on, turn it off. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point. So this time in the text stream data, you could think of it as like a stopwatch. It's when it starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so I've converted that to minutes and seconds because most people don't think in seconds. And so what it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer. So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple of questions for you,
Please.
Dr. Welcher. First, starting with the clock, the time in seconds on the left. You mentioned that begins when the car is turned on. What type of clock is that called?
It's just a continuous clock, meaning it's not a clock like a time clock. It's more like a stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
The same thing. You start the stopwatch, it's running.
Based on the text stream data alone found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the text stream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time. You need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the text stream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock, like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that.
No, it simply tells you in this case, when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there's a 10-second window of information this captures, 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event.
Correct.
Sustained, ask it to.
That window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the text stream data do?
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have 2 triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well, or very close to the same time window. So you need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger, it has a 10-second window, and an event continues past that 10 seconds, so past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the text stream data?
No. For example, in the trigger event, and say 5 seconds later the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends. And it says it's going, I don't know, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine, you know, like what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34 Fairview on the evening of this event? And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so 12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle.
See, China, numbers.
When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles. That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles. Okay, let's consider where that could have come from. So we looked at the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event, up until the point in time the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we used Google Maps. We adjusted for the correct date and time of the year. And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So, although you can't really see that. Let's see if I can blow it up. So you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th at around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where.
So this is from 34 Fairview to 1 Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing the suggested available paths, and we end up with a range of data. So we go through all the paths, and you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see.
Did you include her 43-point turns?
So the minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically.
See?
You have a range of 37.9 to 39.7. But again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles. So that's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the text stream data being related to our event.
This is all an effort to match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustain.
Let me ask it this way. Matching all the distances by miles, is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to consider the totality of the data.
So they're trying to place her car
Which is what I did.
in front of that house.
So we
based
mentioned
on
the continuous
mileage
clock
location.
that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here,
Could you
I
enlarge
mentioned-
that for us, Doctor? I hate
I
to
am
interrupt, but
doing that right now. You can see we have the time. And again, I've converted it in blue to minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle 1162, there was two separate events. The vehicle keeps a continuously running clock. So we're able to see the time each event occurred relative to when the vehicle was started and the difference between the two events. Okay. So at trigger event 1162-1, we know that the ignition has been on for between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. Or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8 plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the text stream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welch, if I could ask you a couple of background questions. This block of time that you're reviewing that mentions two triggers, can you tell whether those triggers are immediately related or two separate events?
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between. And we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So it tells us when event 1 occurred, when event 2 occurred. We know it's on the same ignition cycle. So if we have some idea of when the car was turned on, we can then tie that back to clock time or real world time.
Okay, so FYI, if I'm ever put on trial and it is based on freaking data, y'all need to come to my
Okay.
rescue because I'll be danged.
So
Okay.
lots going on here, right? A lot to
Just
digest.
Plus or minus 10 seconds.
This is trigger
We all
event
know.
1162.1. I was
I know.
provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess
Me.
that indicated the
Also plus or
infotainment
minus 10
system
seconds.
was turned on at 12:36. Zoom in. for
That's some
you.
crap. Well, now plus or minus.
That corresponded to a GPS location that looked like it was outside the Waterfall Grill on Washington Street. So additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn
3-point turn,
made
y'all.
when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway and made a 3-point turn.
Get your
So
license in Alabama.
what you see over here is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if
Can
you take when it was
imagine?
turned on for Mr. Burgess's
Plus
report,
or minus?
you can see that the Lexus was turned on at 12:12:36. You add in the text stream information, you get it at 12:23:38. And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written and these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 154. That was the one that was closest in time to it.
Ooh.
So we had since received additional information.
Dr.
From
Welch, let me
who?
ask you a couple questions, and if you can zoom in a little, we might be able to see it a little better from here.
Where would you like it?
If we can start at the top when you explain in text.
Where would you like me to put that
You
data?
told us
I'll
that
change
the
it and put it there.
text stream data does not have an actual clock, it has a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct?
And then you mentioned that after you received information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Sustained.
You shared with us that the text stream data runs on a running clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time. Where did you receive that information from?
Ooh,
I'm going to allow that.
from
That was
you.
from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you know where that information came from?
You.
That came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess found the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report. But it was in it, this information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, how do you match that with the text stream data to get a time?
So when the car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So this shows us when the stopwatch was started for the text stream data. So knowing that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the text stream data started recording data. That allows us to tie the two together.
The times that you're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the text stream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
In addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock
First
is
of all,
that
a
based
woman
on?
did it. It was like a 6-point turn.
It's my understanding that's a
Asian,
clock in the
like me,
infotainment
it'd have been like a
system.
10-point turn. So let's
And
be
then
real
we
here.
are ultimately
3-point turn.
trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone, Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. Correct.
Do you have any understanding whether all
Bootlegger's
devices
turn.
have the exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess, reading reports, that they can have there can be as much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
30 seconds to a minute?
Sustained.
Have you ever heard the,
Your Honor, that answer.
Sure. Jurors disregard that answer.
have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
That's funny.
You mentioned on the slide a time of 12:23:38.
That's probably
Correct.
why that's
In
the
O'Keefe
how you get
cell
your
phone
license in
data,
Alabama.
That
the
point
bootleggers.
154, approximately 12:23:58.
Correct?
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus text stream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific information?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
We just went from a 10-second to a minute.
Your Honor, I'd like to show an exhibit to Mr. Welcher that's already been admitted.
Okay.
It's 192A.
Yeah, this is Anya.
Ms. Gilman, can we
This is
start with
not-
192B?
You got some explaining to do here.
Dr. Welcher?
Yes, we'll come over.
How do you go from 10-second variance to nearly a minute? The jury cannot unhear that. I cannot unhear that. So, and then this guy, he's the PhD. That Burgess guy, he's the idiot from Alabama who is still pursuing. Now, I'm not knocking people still pursuing their degree, okay? I've been pursuing mine for eternity. But this guy still pursuing his degree and being an expert in trials, okay? And is talking about how there's this time difference, okay? And the PhD guy is going to change his PowerPoint and his determination based on the Alabama guy. Sorry. So you're going to have PhD guy change his entire determination. Whew, y'all, that makes no sense. No sense whatsoever. So PhD guy changes his PowerPoint to match up with Burgess, who changed his report from January to May to match whatever the prosecution wanted him to say. So all of these experts have changed their reports, changed their everything to match whatever the prosecution wanted them to say. And yeah, okay. Exactly. I mean, I'm not pursuing mine anymore, but I mean, yeah, which like I told y'all earlier, I technically have all my credits. I just can't pass math. Okay. And that is clearly determined by listening to all these numbers. Once y'all start throwing numbers at me, my brain just goes on overload and I can't handle it anymore. So math is not my strong suit, obviously. So that is why I just stopped. But now China's got me thinking maybe I should finish just so I can have that degree on my wall, because I do have all the credits to get it. I just don't have math. Okay. Okay. And biology. All right. I just don't have math and science. Math and science, because biology is boring. super boring. So anyway, but yeah, but that's neither here nor there. I'm not testifying at trials as an expert, okay? And I'm never claiming to be an expert on this channel. I'm just giving my alternate point of view, much like I ask for y'all's alternate point of view in these situations. And also because, you know, I am an expert at some stuff. So I give my point of view on the things that I am an expert at. Like I am an expert at loss prevention and interviews. I'm not an expert at interviews and interrogation, but I at one time used to do my own interviews and interrogations. So I am able to look at those from a different perspective. But anyway, again, I'm not an expert at trials and such, but I do like to watch and look at these things. And I do a pretty good job of investigating when I really dig in and do that stuff. But this is just hilarious to me. But I do like to look at these from just like a normal person looking at these trials. What if I was a juror and was listening to this stuff like I am right now? How would you listen to this? I just literally heard this man give a 10-second variance and then go up to a minute. If I'm sitting here, which I am sitting here listening to this, and I was a juror though, I would just be blown away. If I were able to pay attention and think, how can there be that much of a difference? Also, I just don't understand. If you're going to put my life on the line and tell me that there's that much of a time difference, I disagree with that. I don't think that's fair. And I'm starting to think that, especially since we started doing this with the Samantha Wall trial, looking at the time variance and looking at the data, the cell phone data, all this stuff. I don't trust cell phone data. I don't trust any of this data to be the hook, line, and sinker deal breaker for these trials, these convictions, things like that, because that is not accurate data. Believe it or not, it just isn't. Just like we're looking at the Holly Bobo retrial, they hung their hat on data, cell phone data, which was not accurate, because now they're showing that these guys they convicted of her death to show that they were not actually at this location, and it could not be possible in the time frame that they narrowed it down to her death. They couldn't have possibly been doing it because they were in town, going to the bank, getting gas. There's video of them doing that, and they had that video showing that they were in town. So there's no way they could have been doing the things they claimed they were doing to Holly Bobo and be in town at the same time. So that's going to go to retrial. They've got the wrong guys, possibly. So we'll see. There's just going to be a lot of stuff that they do in these investigations. They use data, cell phone data, infotainment data, all this stuff, and it's not accurate. Much like he's saying 10 seconds, and now it's gone up to a minute of difference. I just think that's hairy. So, what else? Don't forget to check out my last video about Jordan Henning and his horrific last Hail Mary attempt to try to get out of prison early. After what he did to Ashley. He's a disgusting person. Prison is not actually what you would say a punishment for him. It's actually someplace that I think he's going to like being, given his preferences. So I don't think that's going to be a punishment at all. So I don't know why he was trying to get out early. And then we have Brian Kohberger. I have to look and see what the judge has decided, if he has made a decision on whether or not they're going to put the trial off until August. But whomever released that information to Dateline I think that is a huge what do you call that? Faux pas, mistake, mess up. It did not benefit anybody other than maybe the defense. I mean, it could have gone either way. It could have been the prosecution that did it. Could have been the defense that did it to help their case, actually. I thought about that. But I do think that I need to see some evidence. I can't wait for that trial because I'm waiting to see what evidence they actually have against Brian Kohberger because I just don't see it still. I'm still not seeing it. Everybody says they've got him dead to rights, but I don't see it. Again, the data. We're going off of data. Everybody's like, oh, well, his cell phone pings off of here. That's his white car. That is, I don't see that. It's a white car. After seeing people try to prove that that's them on the video, this and that, it's a blob. It's a white car. It doesn't mean it's his white Hyundai. That just because your cell phone pings somewhere. Mike and I were riding down our road the other day, and my phone had signal, and his phone didn't. And there's a tower right there, so that doesn't mean jack. And we're back. Dang it! I want Leslie to get up there.
Dr. Welch, if you could take us back to slide 30.
There's 141 slides, y'all.
And so we understand you mentioned there were two triggering events. Is this the first one or the second one?
It's the first one,
Is that the one you've labeled the 3-point turn?
correct?
And where did that happen? What street?
Cedar Crest?
At this 3-point turn triggering event, there is a time in red, 12:23:38.
Correct.
Where is that time taken from?
That's coming from the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe at 0.154.
And is there another time on there?
I mean, I do the math between those two.
Could you make that a little larger? Could you zoom in so we can
Sure.
see it better?
So there's an infotainment time of 12:12:36, I guess another time, that answer your question. Then we have,
The 12:12:36, what does that indicate? What's that relevant to?
that's when the text stream data basically turned on, plus or minus a little bit.
When you say the text stream, is that relative to when the car turned on?
Correct. Sorry.
Okay.
Plus or minus a little bit.
So when the car turned on, then we add the time for the trigger. So what we have is we have data in the text stream that shows the speed, the position, the steering of the vehicle on that trigger. And so we're trying to match the timing and the description of what the vehicle was doing with the text stream, the infotainment, and the cell phone data.
Is the data that you analyze regarding the speed, the direction, and the timing to determine whether this was consistent with a 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. And if you can enlarge that because it's hard to see back here.
Sure is. Okay, so again, we are looking at event 1162-1. The information in blue is speed. It comes out of the text stream in kilometers an hour, converted to miles per hour, feet per second, looked at the total distance traveled, shift position. So in the text stream data, a shift position of 1 indicates you're in drive. A shift position of 2 indicates you're in reverse.
There's no zeros. What would a zero indicate?
That was my
0 is
theory.
usually neutral. And I believe 3 is park. So there's also data on the acceleration of the vehicle. So basically, what is the effect of whatever you're doing in terms of stepping on the gas or not stepping on the gas? And there's also information on the steering of the vehicle. So again, there's trigger 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. So over here, a positive number equals a leftward steer. So you can see we have in the forward velocity or forward motion in drive, goes forward with leftward steer, stops, shifts into reverse, and then continues with the rightward steer back.
Could you take us over to the left of that data? When you look at the number 1162-1 as an event, can a key cycle, or when a car is turned on, power ignition on until the point is turned off, whatever amount of time, can it have more than one triggering event?
Yes, you can have lots of triggering events. In this case, it has 2. On a key cycle 1164, there's 11. On 1167, there's 10.
If you could move a little bit to the right on this, is there something you can see on here that caused the triggering event, some of the data?
Yes. So if you look at the triggering, the indication of what this trigger was, what you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it as how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds, in this case, 30% quicken time after shipping into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. So what you can see, it went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, the accelerator pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T or the trigger in the tech stream data.
The row next to the 31.5, engine RPM data, can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
The more gas, is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us the total distance and distance travel columns, how do you read that?
Sure. So we know the speed at various times. We know from this data that there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example. You just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went. So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval, that's during this short time period. And then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot. I mean, you might have some, it looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have the brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign
Be right back.
is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd asked you whether or not at the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. Things have returned to an okay state. And so then it stops monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this event occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest. It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. And it occurred, according to the text stream data, about 12 minutes, 23 seconds after the vehicle was turned on. So,
And do you have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
yes,
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21, 23, 38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Sidebar. Oh, I don't know what I missed. So I feel like in this trial, what they did differently was A, they don't have Proctor, who was a disaster. B, they've been showing the Dateline snippets of Karen Reed saying that she hit him. And also showing that she has like no emotion. But of course, she is fighting for her life. And she is being accused of all kinds of, taking somebody's life. And they are bringing in different experts, using that term loosely. And they did bring John O'Keefe's mom to the stand. That is obviously to garner sympathy. And they have this new attorney, right? They still have the old prosecutor, which, like I said, is embarrassing. If I were that guy, I would be so embarrassed, because he was the lead prosecutor on the first trial. And on this trial, he's kind of like the water boy. So that's embarrassing. Yeah. So, but the new lead prosecutor is not smart, because it's almost like he got given this case and was told, basically, you got to win this because this other guy didn't. And now you have to win it. But he is screwing it up too, because he's doubling down on everything he screwed up, like the Alabama guy. Now he brought this guy up there, and he basically just had him double down on everything the Alabama guy said. And as far as the guy's resume, and now he's using the same company for his slideshow, and they're seeing that name is on top of his slideshow. And he's even asking him to verify that company. This is not good. So you're having him, and then this whole time difference thing, I don't know. I just think that this is a disaster. And the defense, I'm waiting to see if they're going to bring Proctor. I wonder if they're going to bring Proctor. Even if they did bring Proctor, would he be able to just continuously sit up there and say, I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. Because, quite frankly, does he even have to say anything if he testifies? And I feel terrible for John's family because, like I said, I think this is all just a huge. We got into a fight in the house. Who knows? We'll never know because they sold the house. Clearly, the dog, was involved somehow, but we'll never know because they never really investigated his injuries as far as the dog was concerned. I think they had a vet look at it, but they couldn't really tell, and they got rid of the dog. And I think John eventually just left the house, pissed off, angry, whatever, didn't want any part of that shenanigans. He was drunk. Everybody was drunk, and he fell outside and died. And I think when Jen McCabe did the search, it was after they found John, and she was like, holy crap, house long to die in the cold. And because she was like, how long has he been sitting out here? Holy shnikes. And then she ran into the house of the Alberts and was like, yo, John's dead in your yard. What the heck? And what does the Alberts do? They start contacting everybody they know because they're like, we got to fix this. And they're all cops, so they know each other. So they're trying to figure out how can they fix this. And this is what they thought of. I don't know. It's crazy. But again, I mean, there's been wilder, crazier stuff done. And you know what? Look, I would have never thought this kind of stuff could have been done or happened until I saw that movie Argo and realized that if our country can do cover-ups and craziness like that, where they involved Hollywood to act like they're making a movie to go rescue people out of a hostage situation, y'all, the CIA can do crazy, crazy crap. These people can do crazy, crazy crap. So I just don't think it's that far-fetched. And I mean, even Karen Reed is repeating the same story that she's been hearing and being fed into her brain over and over and over again. She's literally sat on Dateline and said, I hit him. Could I have hit him? I mean, she's even been convinced. Yeah. So, I mean, it's just.
I'm going to give you a 10-minute break because we're
10-minute break, y'all.
10-minute break, and then we'll go again.
Chair's right this way.
This guy's going to go
Please
on
rise
all
for the
day.
jury.
He has 141 slides. There were 2 cops on the force that were messing with her, and they were twin brothers plus another. Ew. Like that way?
Dr. Walker,
It's a busy little bee.
we'll be back in 10 minutes.
But she really wanted John. Okay. What? Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. I'm waiting on that trial too. Yeah. I know which one you're talking about. She was just a kid. She had her own apartment. He went to her apartment because they have that on video of him going up to her apartment. Yeah. I don't know when that's going to be. I would think that would have already been done by now or been happening soon. But yeah, and he's out. Yeah. So it's not far-fetched, right, China? I don't think that it's not far-fetched for this kind of cover-up stuff to be happening. So I feel like that's what happened was, they were all just hammered drunk. I mean, my gosh, when you look at, they tested Karen Reed, and her toxicology was double digits. Like, I mean, way above, like it was 1 point something still at that hour of the morning. So she was super, super drunk. So, I mean, I can't imagine how drunk those guys were. And, oh, that's not surprising. I have to look at that one then, China, because I just saw your short earlier. Yeah, but I mean, yes, Proctor's hands are all over cases. So his all of his cases should be, but that's the problem. Anything he touches should be looked at as tainted. So I don't know if anything he's done should be trusted or not. So this shouldn't have even gone to trial. This should never have gone to retrial for sure. And initially it should have been questioned all over the place, because especially using solo cups and gas station bags or whatever for evidence, that just makes no sense. This whole thing was a disaster. But and then Higgins, they have Higgins on camera going to the police station. This is just all, I think this was all a bumfundled, we're all cops, we'll stick to our story. And and if you haven't seen that movie, I think it had Copland with Sylvester Stallone. That is very good. It has Michael Rappaport and Sylvester Stallone in it. And that is all about how they do cover-ups where they protect and protect each other. That's a good one. I'm wondering if there was something nefarious behind it. Or if they just got into a fight and he ended up outside and that was that. And then, they just dang. I mean, I just don't know. I don't know. It's so weird because it's so weird because all the women talk about John like he was so great and they were so close. And I noticed this also in this trial. All the women talked about John like they were very, very close. They used those words, very, very close. They were very, very close. And their friendship. And I actually think when the defense attorneys were asking them, they kept saying that they got their friendships became really like super close. So I feel like they were insinuating that John wasn't just a friend and it wasn't just about the kids. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what more was going on because it doesn't seem something's weird because the women were more than just about the kids. I feel like the way that it was sounding from the defense, because they were like, "Oh, we were very close. We were very, very close." And I was like, "Is there more to this? Did the women have something for John?" Because, I mean, something weird. Mike was telling me the other day, we were talking about, we were walking the dogs, and this woman was driving by and she saw our dogs and she was just totally distracted by the dogs. And she was like, "Oh, the puppies. And I was like, good Lord, man. I was like, nothing gets a woman that like a puppy, a dog, right? And he was like, that and babies. And I was like, ugh, babies. No, I don't want to, I ain't trying to mess with a baby. He's like, whatever. He's like, anytime I had Seth around, girls would just flock to me. And I'm like, excuse you? And he was like, oh yeah. he said, women always see a guy with a baby or a kid, and they're like, oh, how are you doing? Like, man taking care of a kid? What, are you single? What's up? So, yeah, so apparently that's like super attractive to women. That, you know, so I guess those women were like really attracted to John for taking care of his niece and nephew. And maybe there was something to them liking him or having some kind of attraction to him, because they all said the same thing, that they were very, very close. And I mean, maybe John did lean on them for advice and ask him stuff about, you know, especially the daughter, but I think the women took it a little more than they should have. I don't know. I just think it's weird, but I don't know if there's more to it than just getting into a fight and him leaving. But he did have unusual bruises on his body, which is more than just being hit by like if she was only going like so many miles, which 9 miles an hour is pretty fast, I guess, if you're being hit by a 6,000-pound vehicle. I don't know. Now I just want to go hit someone with a 6,000-pound vehicle and see. And see what happens. A 206'2" person. Any volunteers? I want to see how that works. Just want to I just don't know. I don't feel like that he would go like he would go that far back, hit the fire hydrant, have the scratches on his arm. Like, that's a defensive wound. To put your arm up like that and have scratches, the taillight would not do that. Still, I mean, the taillight is at a good height. It's at the right height, I believe. But that's a defensive wound, you know? I feel like if you were going to be hit by if you saw a vehicle you were about to be hit by, you would do this first, right? Right? Yeah. I think you would have done this and been like, oh crap. And then you would have probably gone under the vehicle. Do you think? I feel like you'd have had a more of going under it than being, because I don't think she was going fast enough to go like in a movie where you're just like shoved back. I don't know. I feel like there had to have been more. I don't know. I'm not a accident reconstructionist. That's a tough job, by the way. That's not something that's easy. Right. That's what now. See, Jen McCabe said that she saw the Lexus outside and that they didn't come in, and that she even texted John and was like, are you coming in or not? I don't know. So that's what I'm saying. Like the stories don't add up. None of these statements add up. Nothing adds up. So it just doesn't make sense. None of this story makes sense. The prosecution is not piecing all of this together. They're just trying to make the timeline, which is why I'm saying this whole 10-second off up to a minute off does not make sense, because they're trying to make the timeline of the vehicle match the hitting of John, which doesn't make sense, because you can't make this timeline of her actually hitting John. It doesn't math. And I'm no math whiz, y'all know that. So it don't math. The math don't math. So, I mean, and then was it a flat road? I kept thinking it was a kind of a slanted road, but I guess it's not. See, there's so many details I'm trying to remember. I thought she said she never went in, that she just dropped him off. Yeah, she didn't go in. Yeah. Because I don't think she felt invited or something. Yeah. That is such a weird situation. But you know what? How long was she talking to Higgins? They said she was talking to Higgins for a little while, up until like a week before that whole incident happened. Yeah. But I don't think she was like serious about Higgins. I think she was probably just keeping him maybe on the back burner in case it didn't work out with John. She clearly had a type. But I mean, I don't think she was really that serious about Higgins. But that's a little too close for comfort. You can't be having people that close together, which is weird because I think they were all cops together, but it's just odd. Such an odd group of people, because John wasn't really friends with the guys per se, or he was, but he seemed like he was closer with the girls, with the wives. I don't know. It's weird. So weird. Super weird. I don't know. Like they seem like they were, I don't know. For these guys to be so close knit and covering for each other, but for John, they're just like, you know. Yeah, John seemed like he was pretty like by the book, because that's how he seemed with Karen. Like, and that's why he would get so upset with her about spending money on the kids. She was, kind of being the cool girlfriend. She would spend money buying, expensive sweaters or getting nails done and stuff. And John would be more like, don't go overboard. Don't do that. And that would be their kind of contention. But John was he was very particular, set in his ways. Apparently he was very clean and orderly. His house was very, I guess he was kind of, you would say, OCD, because his house was very in order. So maybe he was that kind of cop too. He just didn't see any gray. So maybe that's what it was. He wasn't like those other guys. I don't know. We'll never, ever know. And what's sad is his family. This is another family that is just dead set on one particular person, and they're never going to change their way of thinking. So I think that's sad. And unfortunately for Karen Reed, because she's not winning any brownie points based off her personality. And I think that's sad. So, isn't it weird how people think you think you know someone, or you think, or you've welcomed someone into your family for the most part? Like, think about it. If you're the person you're with, right? Y'all are married to your person. They've been a part of your family all this time, and imagine just they did something, or your family thinks they did something, and they just turn on them like that. And you're just like, I mean, it's like they hadn't been a part of your family. He hadn't known them, hadn't nothing. And then, what if they didn't do it? You think so, China? I mean, because think about it. Yeah, that could be a thought too. Like, okay, let's get down this rabbit hole. He'd never been to that house, right? He's never been invited over there. Like, how weird, right? They've been out, how often have they ever even hung out? They've been to kids' sports stuff together. But he's never been to their house. I mean, even Karen said that. Karen was like, we've never hung out like that. So maybe he wasn't jumping on board. So much like you're thinking this with this situation, the same thing that I think with the Samantha Wall situation. He was not jumping on board with whatever the synagogue and, obviously what I think about Dana Nessel and all them up there. Oh, we're back. Maybe he wasn't jumping on board with whatever they're doing or we're a part of.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, you can continue. The objection's overruled.
Dr. Welch, could you take us to slide 30?
Yeah, and Jen, because he was close to Jen. She was the one who was reeling him in to come over there.
Could you zoom in a little bit on the right photograph and the text under the right?
And maybe Karen didn't want to go in because she was like, I've never been here. I don't hang out with these people.
Okay. You were explaining to us the time relevance of 12:23:38. And could you tell us again, remind us, what is 12:23:38 referring to?
The 12:23:38 is syncing the text stream time to real world time. So we know how long the text stream is on. We know when the vehicle was turned on. So we're adding those two together. So if you add the 12:12:36 to, for example, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds for when the end of the trigger is, that gives you 12:23:38. So the end of the trigger in real world time, no longer in the running clock, is now 12:23:38.
Based on the infotainment clock?
Based on the infotainment clock.
And that's from the Lexus?
From the Lexus.
Your Honor.
Wait.
Sustained.
And where's that from?
The Lexus.
Thank you. The 12:23:58 number, what's the significance of that?
So that is Mr. Keefe's cell phone data at 0.154. Again, from the original data we had, just
That's a good point, China.
154 and 155 and not the in-between.
This is why we get together.
So
And at the bottom in parentheses.
I need all
explain
y'all's
to us what
brain.
that means.
sure, if you look at where the text stream math works out to be, 12:23:38.8, and compare that to 12:23:58, the difference between those two is 19.2 seconds.
The difference between which clocks?
Between what the text stream infotainment system would show compared to what 0.154 on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone is.
And based on new data, do you now have information about what the variance, the difference is between the clock on the Lexus infotainment and the clock on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone.
Yes,
And what is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow that?
it's, you need to advance the text stream clock 21 to 29 seconds.
You need to advance it 21 to 29 seconds for why? Why do you need to do that?
Because the cell phone is ahead 21 to 29 seconds.
After you advance the text stream ahead 21 to 29 seconds, can you then compare the information, the time that's coming from the infotainment system Lexus to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone from his iPhone?
Correct. That's what you need to have an apples to apples comparison. You need to get them on the same time clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can proceed.
So I think we left off here. So that's 1162-1. So what we have is we have the cell phone data, the original cell phone data on the right-hand side. And then from that text stream data, we have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This is what the 10 seconds of data is. And again, just because the simulation stopped, that's just where the text stream data ends. Again, as we showed you earlier, the car's still moving. That's just the last data point we have. So what that text stream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data consistent with the interview statements about making a turn, 3-point turn.
Can you take us back to the data chart and show the 2 points that you just mentioned, the turning? Where's that reflected in the data?
Sure. So you can see
You'll have
in
to enlarge that. I'm sorry, Doctor.
column N, that's the shift position. So that's looking, we start off going forward right here. And you can see at the start of the simulation, we're going about 9.94 miles an hour. And then as you start a 3-point turn, you generally start, in this case, if you're going to the left, with the left turn.
Oh, that's not the impact, the 9 miles an hour.
So you can see we have this steering angle here, then the transmission. So again, we have the brake application. So you're coming in, but you're slowing down and you get down to a speed of approximately 0. Shift into reverse, back up, and then start to turn the other direction as you're backing up. So again, you want the rear to go to the right, you turn the steering wheel to the right. Right is negative. And then as you start to pull around and pull forward, you turn back to correct for the steering. And so that's what this shows. So again, if you put it all into a simulation program, the speeds, the shifting, the distance, keep in mind we only have that 10-second window of data, and the steering angle for that Lexus, that's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that?
Sure. So again, what we're trying to do is we have the infotainment, we have the text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we had originally very coarse data points, 154 and 155. There's additional data points between here. So we're looking at how well does our predicted time compare to those two. So with the cell phone correction, you end up with the text stream data at 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. So that's actually right in between these two data points. And so we know 154 was closest, but it's on the right-hand side of the road. 155 is when it's turned around and heading back in the southerly direction. So the cell phone data corroborates the text stream timing data in conjunction with the infotainment system data.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so we talked about 1162-1. That's the first trigger on the text stream. So we're going to go to 1162-2. So I've highlighted that in yellow. So we're now talking about the second trigger. So this is on the same ignition cycle. It's on ignition cycle 1162. We have that same continuous running clock, but we've now synced it to real world clocks. So instead of the running clock, we now have some information on the real world clock. So at this time, we know the ignition has been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds. So at the trigger, 19 minutes and 2 seconds. And again, we have 5 seconds either side of that. So between 18 minutes, 57.6 seconds to 19 minutes, 7.5 seconds.
Could you enlarge that, please?
Which part?
That part where your arrow is. You were speaking about the clock. Could you explain that so the jury can see?
Sure. So again, this is continuous from when the time comes on. I just converted it to minutes and seconds here so you can see how long it's been on. This is the mileage. These are the speeds over here. And this is some information on how far it traveled. Again, we have the plus minus on the steering. That gives us some information on the steering. Really, there's very little steering going on at this point. Slight leftward steer.
Dr. Welcher, did you determine how long after the first trigger, that 3-point turn, that this second trigger occurred?
Yes. 3-point turn occurred about 8 minutes after.
You said the 3-point turn occurred
I'm
after.
sorry, this event, I misspoke. 11.2 occurred about 8 minutes after.
After the 3-point turn.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through this data?
Sure. Okay. So we have the accelerometer data here. I've highlighted a shift from drive to neutral to reverse.
I'm sorry,
Again.
you're going to need to zoom that in so we can see it.
Absolutely. We have information on the brake switch, brake oil pressure. We have the acceleration data here. And then from that information and using the acceleration data, calculating the speed at which it's backing up. The reason we have slightly different calculations here is we have some evidence that the wheel's slipping on the ground. So we need to use the accelerometer because the wheel speed is simply telling you the speed of the wheel. It's like if you're stationary burning rubber, the speedometer reads a certain speed, but you're not going anywhere. But the accelerometer tells you how much the vehicle's moving. So from all that information, we get information on how far the vehicle's traveled. We've done it in terms of total travel distance. We've done it relative to the start position.
I'm going to ask you to start on the columns on the left and take us through the information that you have regarding this second triggering event. So if you can scroll all the way to the left.
All the way to the left?
Yep. Okay. So the first column regarding time, could you remind us again what that is?
So again, that's the continuous running clock.
And the second column in blue?
That's where I take that time and convert it to what we more commonly use, minutes and seconds.
And now we have a key cycle event, different than the 3-point turn. What's the number?
So this is now 1162-2.
And
So again, it's technically in the system the same key cycle. I've called it 1162-2.
and the red number next to it to the right.
That's the mileage. So it's actually at the same mileage as 1162-1. So we know, obviously, they're within the same mile.
If you can scroll over a couple of columns. From your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during
Yes.
that event?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I've corrected for what you see down here is, and I go through this on a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in the RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more. But what happens because the acceleration is dropping, that means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometers data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval, then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you see it basically stops in this area here, then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved 83 feet total, is that according to the data or is that the entirety of the movement of that Lexus?
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you can see,
I'm sorry.
you can still and see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, you know, this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point of 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed. At the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased, or decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
And what is the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application, it's 30%.
If you look at the next column over, if you can go to the top heading for the jury to see the engine RPM data, could you explain that?
Sure. Again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration, the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire is spinning because the vehicle is not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just, a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is, it's called piecewise integration to get the speed data
Wait,
that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculated the speed or the position at each interval.
he
Going
can't
across the
tell the
top here.
speed.
If I could stop you at your
But he's
column
got
that says
speed on
JDW
everything
speed
else?
at each time step.
Yep.
If you go to the bottom, please. So does your data indicate that the speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Is the speed changing at the end of this event?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 2.7 miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have 0 brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went in reverse in total as far as feet?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Is it possible to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
The
You
shift
have
position
all this data.
changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure. 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then brake switch status, again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights. 0 is you're off the brake pedal.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So again, it only occurs at 1 time step. And again, there's a little timing issue. Like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Welcher.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
Unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide. You can
No, I'm
move to
good.
the next.
So similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back
Try to tie it
to
back.
the cell phone
Did
data
it.
to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January before I got the additional information. So what you can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2. We know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds.
Oh, he's even confused.
This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. The 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system, adding those two together, 12:36, plus the 19:7.5 indicates the end of 1162-2 is at 12:31:43.
That 12:31:43, is it based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system?
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
So when you reconcile that variance of 21.29 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 12:32:04. So if you simply take this and add 21 seconds to it and add 29 seconds to it, so you get between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:14.
12:32:12.
I'm sorry, 12:32:12. Does that simply accommodate the window of data, but not before and after?
Correct. So, again, even on John's O'Keefe cell phone, even within his cell phone, there's somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds difference on his cell phone. So even that one piece of instrumentation has some variance to it. So we know it's between 21 to 29 seconds at this approximate time. So this is taking into account that variance.
So the only time window that you have is based on the data, and that's reflected in the 123204 to 123212?
Sustained.
Is there any other window you can accommodate with the data you have other than that 10-second window?
Yes.
What's that?
So I was given information about a final lock event on the phone.
Let's stick with this window if we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since you only have 10 seconds of data, is it possible from the Lexus clock data to have a larger window than this 10-second window?
No, the Lexus, or excuse me, the TechStream will only give you a 10-second window,
Okay.
but it doesn't tell the whole story because the vehicle's still moving.
Understood. Okay, continue, please.
So I have this other event, a lock event, and the information I was given that at 12, it's 12:32:09. And so we have the TechStream data ending at somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12, which puts this number right in the middle of that, more or less.
More or less.
Continue.
Is this a good place to take a luncheon break?
Certainly, Your Honor.
Okay, so why don't we do that, George? So we'll take 45 minutes for lunch. And again, Dr. Wilson, you can just call it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
You are muted.
Okay, so more or less. Also, what is the 21 to 29 second difference on the iPhone? Because now that I'm thinking about it, I was thinking it was between connecting to the Bluetooth to the iPhone, but it's her car. So her phone would be the one connected to her car, not his. But I wonder because like both of our phones, when we get into my husband's truck, both of our phones automatically will connect, but I don't think it takes 21 to 29 seconds. It pretty much connects. Actually, sometimes before we even get in the truck, one of our phones is connected to the truck. So I wonder if what these seconds off things are. I don't recall it being. Honestly, I haven't not kept up with this explanation. So I'm just trying to understand this time. That's a lot of seconds actually. If you look at when you actually sit down and if you timed it, if you sat down and you put that on your stopwatch, you would see that's a good amount of time. 21 to 29 seconds is a pretty big difference. That's long enough for John O'Keefe to have even walked into the house. So also, it's shocking to me that he couldn't tell you the speed she was going when that entire spreadsheet that he did had the speed calculated from kilometers to speed to miles per hour, but he couldn't tell you the speed she was going when she was going full throttle. But he couldn't tell you what speed she was going. So I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense to me unless I'm just missing something, which clearly I am. So I don't know what I'm missing, but he said he couldn't tell you what speed she was going, but yet he had all that put in that spreadsheet that she was going 9 point something miles an hour when she was going down the road and when she went to make the 3-point turn, but he couldn't tell you the speed she was going when she was going in reverse. But she was going 75% throttle. So she must have been going pretty fast. So that doesn't make any sense to me. I'm just curious what I'm missing. And I don't understand all these time differences. There's a difference in the infotainment. There's a difference in the cell phone. There's a difference in the all these other data systems. So that just doesn't make sense. There's too many differences in time. So I just would not want my trial or anything to be based off of all of these different data points if none of them are going to be accurate. Just saying, that's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt to me. So, yeah. So that would be that. I mean, I was just waiting for him to say, you know, you add this, subtract that, carry the one. I mean, I was like, what the heck is happening right now? Because none of that made any sense. I was just like, what? I mean, it just didn't. Where are you going with this, guy? And then, I mean, I'm still very confused on I guess we could look at, is there any testimony? Let me look and see. Is there any testimony on whether or not did John go into the house? They all said he didn't, right? That he didn't go in. Oh, and I don't know if y'all saw. I was watching this interrogation of a lady. I just came across it that she 27 years ago, actually, I don't know when this, 27 years ago, apparently, had a child when she was 25, had a baby. And she took that baby's life and then burned the baby, buried it, and went on about her beeswax, lived her life. And apparently, I don't know how they found the baby buried in a flower bed in a park or something. Anyway, somehow they matched that baby's DNA to her, and the cops brought her in and interrogated her, interviewed her, whatever. And she was like, I did it. I did it. I did it. Because they were like, you know, basically questioning her, see if she knew anybody or anybody in her family had a baby or was pregnant any time so many years ago. And like, hey, we found this, and we're just trying to make sure we cover all our bases. And finally she just was like, I did it. I did it. But she just like disconnected herself away from the situation, was like, I was young. I didn't know any better. I just, whatever. Anyway, she got sentenced to 25 years, but basically she had a baby. She didn't want it and she killed it. So yeah. That's what had happened. So, okay. So I guess we can look at, so I am not, if anyone asks or thinks I will or wants to know or what have you, I will not be covering or doing any videos about Diddy. So don't ask. I will not. Be doing that. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's anything about Karen Reed. Like, there's so many channels doing Karen Reed. So Karen Reed's lawyers argue prosecutors violated trial rules. Obviously, nothing that they argue is going to matter because Bev is not going to give the defense anything. She's definitely she's all out. She's in on this as well. So I'm just curious to know if the defense is going to call Proctor. I would like to see how many of y'all think if he's going to get called. So and if he does, I think he will likely take the 5th. If he's got any sense about him, he probably will. Did they call Karen Reed's brother? I mean, not Karen Reed's brother, John O'Keefe's brother this time? I think they didn't call a lot of people this time that they called last time. I know they called Higgins. They called Jen McCabe. But I feel like they didn't call a lot of people that they called last time. And it's so crazy because we are in week 5 of this trial. So it seems to me that they have done a lot of fluff. And not a lot of substance at all. So yeah, again, like I said, there's so many channels doing this trial. It's insane. Well, here's an interview with Karen Reed. Could watch this interview with Karen Reed. Maybe I won't get dinged for it. Maybe I will. Who knows? I'm going to see. Interview with Karen Reed. A one-on-one interview with Karen Reed. So this channel interviewed Karen Reed. Jennifer McCabe just looks like a crazy person. Oh, this is the interview with Alan Jackson. If you guys have not seen this, she's sitting next to Alan Jackson. Not that one. I'm going to put this interview on here so you can watch during the lunch break.
Interview or others. Why do you want to speak to the people of Massachusetts and beyond?
I have nothing to hide. My life is in the balance, and it shouldn't be. And I believe sunlight is the best disinfectant, and that's been our team motto since inception. I think the more I've seen, the more information the public has, the more they understand what we already know.
And when we talk about the public, there's so much going on in the atmosphere of this case. How much of that do you pay attention to?
I pay attention a little bit to everything. The parts of the public that seem a little dirtier than others, I have close friends and people I trust that filter through it, because there are threads of important information in every channel
too.
of
I
the
totally
public
agree.
on social media, just out and about in Norfolk County or in Suffolk.
She's with her lawyer.
Through our emails. So what I can't manage or don't want to manage, we have a lot of it covered from people that we trust and people who support us.
People said some pretty nasty things about you online. Do you read that? Do you process that?
I read some of it. I don't take it to heart, but it's bothersome. But I understand why it is. There are bad, evil, nefarious players in this. There are people who are adverse to other people in this whole case. People who support me, and I've known my whole life, as does everyone, that there's not a lot of good in some people, and it doesn't drag me down in any way. It makes me feel like we're covering ground here. The nastier it gets, the more I know that we're making an impact to people that have a lot to worry about.
3 years have now passed since John's death. How much do you think about him with everything else that is going on?
I think about him in terms of his final days, his final weeks. I mean, we have his cell phone, which a cell phone to anyone is like a diary, and it tracks everything you've done. And I've gone over and over his final movements, his heart rate, his injuries, the time that he did everything that day and the days leading up to it. But I've said this to other people. The time that I spent with John, 2 years, it's now been 3 since he's gone, since he was killed. And I'm a year beyond. I've eclipsed the time that I spent with him. And I have very mixed feelings, when I look back on John, because I see a lot of poor decisions that were all precursors to his death and to this nightmare that I'm living. It's
Poor decisions by whom?
by both of us. Just drinking, being around the wrong people is chief among them. Wrong people for the weeks leading up. They wouldn't have been people I would have chosen on my own to be around.
Have you been able to start a new social life, a new dating life since this?
No, I have my friends that were always in my life. I'm closer to them than ever. And it's been kind of a bittersweet silver lining is I don't know that I ever would have known my friends and family had this in them to be there for me in this way. So I feel very fortunate. And I've met so many new people. And
Turtle boy.
that's enough of a life for me right now is, you know, we go out for dinner just to get out, and we end up just kind of hunkered down over a table discussing the case. And I value their input, and I'm content with my social life, even though it's really just socializing about the case.
How big is Karen Reed's inner circle?
My inner circle, well, half of it's my attorneys, who we just talk so much. There's always so much ground to cover, and we can't wait until trial starts to really begin strategizing or going through the details. We do a little bit every day.
You do a lot every day.
We do I should say we do a little bit in proportion to the total task at hand, but we cover a lot of hours every day. I probably talk to Alan and Liza each 3 or 4 times a day. And I think it makes us all feel good that we're going to be that much more prepared when we have to do this for round 2. But my inner circle, I don't know. It's bigger than it was. It's bigger than it was before, but it feels stronger than it ever was. I know that I can trust the people that I chose to have in my life.
Is that 5, 10?
10 maybe.
Okay.
Really, really tight, it's probably 5.
Alan, have you ever had a client who's advocated for themselves as much as Karen does?
Not as articulately or as intelligently as Karen does. Karen is an innocent woman falsely accused. She could sit back and say, go handle this. You're the professionals, go deal with it. That is not in her personality. And we're a better team for it. She has an encyclopedic knowledge of literally every single page of the discovery. I've never seen anything like it. She has an analyst's brain. She's got a rapier intelligence that is attendant to this type of analysis. Very, very smart, very motivated. She has no off button. I'm getting texts. I wake up, I'm on the West Coast. So I wake up, she's been awake for 3 hours, and nearly every day I feel like, damn it, I've fallen back again. I've fallen behind again. Liza and I have to sort of get back on the treadmill and catch up with where Karen is today, because she'll literally just pick something out of the blue. To me, it's out of the blue. To her brain, it makes sense for her to pull this document or pull this report and say, well, have we thought about this paragraph or this sentence or this word in this report here or there? And then we gather together as a team, me and David and Liza and Karen will get on the phone and talk it through. So she's been, more than any other client I've ever seen, any other client I've ever met, she's been at the center of her own defense. She knows she didn't do this. She's motivated to make sure that the truth comes out.
Has she made any seminal decisions in this case? Have we seen any filings that are directly from her decision and her thought process of how things should play out?
The better question is, have we seen any filings that she didn't have a seminal investment in, a decision about, a suggestion about? Every single thing that you've ever seen filed in this case has gone through Karen, at least some of them are hyper legal, right? But she's educated herself on, she'd make a better lawyer than most lawyers these days. But she will have an impact, and she's got a seat at the table in terms of strategy and tactics that we use every single day.
There are so many people who have never met you, but are so invested in your life and the outcome of this case. I know there are some who adamantly support you, but do you ever worry about your safety with the people who do not want to see you succeed in this case?
I did more earlier on. I feel more insulated now. I feel safer that people know, because if anything ever happened to me or someone that I love, I think a lot of people would know where to look. So that makes me feel safer.
Have you received any credible threats?
Yep, I have. There's been some online that just the fact that someone's brazen enough to even post something like that gives you some insight into stability or lack thereof.
People showing up at your house, calling your private cell phone?
No, that has not. I've really not had my physical boundaries impinged in any way, nor have my parents. I think by and large, very large, there are very friendly people all around me.
Your defense strategy is the most aggressive I've ever seen in a case. You've taken on the DA, you've taken on the judge. How much of that is Karen Reed? How much is that the team?
Probably equal parts. The defense strategy comes down to probably 3 or 4 words: get the truth out. That's the defense strategy. It may be more aggressive than you're used to. The conduct in this case is more dire than I'm used to. I've seen a lot of cases. I've been doing this for 30 years. I don't think I've ever seen a case with as many questions, as many suspect actions, and as much suspect conduct as I've seen in this case. There is unequivocally corruption in this case. There are absolutely cover-ups in this case. There's conduct by law enforcement and the DA's office that the likes of which I've never seen. And my job, our job as a team, is to get that truth out. I'm not going to sit idly by. Our team is never going to sit idly by and let an innocent woman be convicted based on false evidence, false pretenses, cover-ups, agreements and decisions on the other side to hamstring the defense, hamstring our ability to get the truth out. I'm not going to sit idly by to do that. So is it aggressive? Sure, it's aggressive. But a woman's life is in the balance. So yeah, we're going to stay aggressive. We've been aggressive. We're going to stay aggressive until the truth comes out.
I think it was 4 words at the end of the last trial, and it was, "I'm going to declare a mistrial." What was that like for you to take in?
It was the outcome that I had thought about the least. I had thought about the best case scenario, and I always think about the worst because that's how I'm able to process. I have to think it through. How will I deal with this? Who will fight for me if I'm not sitting here to fight for myself? And of course, I thought about an acquittal because I know I deserve it. I had not really thought about a mistrial. It was only a couple days. It was like day 2, the end of day 2 into the deliberations, that both David and Alan told me separately when we were in the church next door that this could be a mistrial. And the prospect of that at that time during jury deliberations was a gut punch. But then when it was declared, it was such a relief that I was free. I was free to sleep in my own bed, hug my parents, continue to work on this case. My immediate next worry was, I hope I have my team available to go to battle all over again. But those moments, waiting to hear 12 strangers determine what is going to physically happen to you for the foreseeable future or forever, when you're able to walk out a free woman or man, it was an incredible relief. You just see your life it can just be taken away from you.
As we head to the second trial, one of the possible outcomes here could be a conviction. That could be prison time. How much have you thought about that?
I think about it every day, about prison time, and it doesn't frighten me the way it did 3 years ago. I was arrested 3 years ago tomorrow, and I've been in jail twice as a result of this prosecution. I've now accepted the fact that what's happening to me and the awareness this case has raised and the eyes it's opened, that is what my purpose is in Massachusetts and whatever effect this has in other parts of the country. And even if a jury got it wrong, or there's even more nefarious behavior on behalf of this prosecution, then just even more awareness will be raised. So I can accept whatever happens. Nothing will ever get the best of me or break me down.
There have been sort of these unsubstantiated claims in the atmosphere that there might have been some funny business with the jurors who were dismissed.
Right.
Is this a real concern that you have? Is this something that you are looking at, or have you just dismissed it as rumor?
I'll never just dismiss that as rumor. Something like that is, it's too convenient for the prosecution for us to just dismiss out of hand. Do I have any evidence, specific evidence, that there was jury tampering?
Okay, so I just want to say how much this sucks for Karen Reed if she's innocent, okay? And most people think she is. And for the most part, I think this channel thinks she's innocent. And this is a joke, right? That this never should have gone to trial in the first place, and it certainly shouldn't have a retrial. But, okay, she has the luxury, obviously, of having Alan Jackson and this entire amazing team to be her attorneys, who are obviously trying to expose this terrible corruption in Massachusetts. And they're trying to highlight corruption, which is obviously not working, right? Even with Alan Jackson and all his power and all of his powerful defense team, it's not working. But for people even like Michael, and we know how corrupt Michigan is and all of the things that they did, and how Michael is in prison and serving 15 years to life for lying. So she's even saying here where even if she does have to go to prison, it's not going to break her. She's not going to let this do anything as long as she's getting the word out that there's this type of corruption, and she's being able to put up this fight and people will see what's happening. But even so, even if they do find Karen Reed guilty and she does go to prison, all of this, even all of this is going to be a blip, and people aren't going to be talking about Karen Reed anymore after, this case is only happening right now. We're only watching this trial because no one else, they won't show any other flipping trial. And honestly, if they were showing the Diddy trial, I'm not going to cover the Diddy trial, but if the Diddy trial weren't a federal trial and it were being shown on TV, they wouldn't be watching Karen Reed right now. So sorry for her luck, but this would be nothing. So I understand what she's trying to do, and I hate that, but I'm just saying. That's the truth. And I hope she doesn't get caught up in this, and I wish that this wouldn't be happening. It may go down as one of the most corrupt, but I think another trial will come along, and it's not going to change anything. That's the thing. It's not going to change a thing. It will not change a thing. Bev will still be a judge. Those DAs will still be DAs. Alan Jackson will move on to another client and make boatloads of money, and nothing's going to change. That's just the thing. Nothing will change, and everything's going to move right along. That's what I'm saying. And if there was another trial to watch, we'd be watching it. She's what? She's poor. I do need to eat lunch because I am. But I am going to play this
specific
while I go eat lunch.
Do I think that there are questions that should be asked? Do I think that there are questions that have been raised about the way the jurors were dismissed, and who was dismissed very specifically? There were jurors who very, very clearly throughout, it's impossible to sit 8 feet away from 12 or 15 folks and not get an idea, just a chemistry idea of where those jurors are one way or the other based on certain, body language and facial expressions, et cetera, sighs and huffs and arm folds and leaning forward, leaning back, things of that nature based on certain witnesses. It's interesting that that 3 of probably the most stalwart jurors who we believed, and I will go to my grave believing, were very supportive of the defense, ended up cast aside within minutes, not days or hours, within minutes of the jurors deliberating, within minutes of me standing up and giving my final summation. Those 3 jurors were gone. So is that a query? Absolutely. Have I dismissed it? I'll never dismiss it. Is there anything to do about it? Not so sure.
One of the state troopers who was involved with the Norfolk DA's office and on the periphery of the investigation was also responsible for the jury?
Right. He wasn't that far on the periphery of the investigation. He was involved in the investigation. He was a direct supervisor over the individuals that were testifying and over and about whom we had leveled some very, very serious claims and ended up proving those claims during the course of direct and cross-examination, the presentation of our case. That person, that supervisor, we found out well into the trial. As a matter of fact, at the end of the trial, we found out is the very person who was governing the jurors. That's a question that should be raised.
What?
That is an issue that should be teased out. Should never, ever happen. That is the very definition of a conflict of interest.
Is that standard in Massachusetts for just the DA's office to assign whoever they want to go be the sort of,
supervisor
of the jury? Yeah.
Yeah. Is it standard in Massachusetts? I hope not. I've never seen that in my life. But if I had a nickel for every time I said I've never seen this in my life, as it pertains to the Massachusetts justice system, the criminal justice system, I'd have a lot of nickels. I've never seen that happen. It should never have happened. It's abhorrent to the system of justice in which we work. Those kinds of conflicts of interest,
Oh no, not
they
saying
just
it
can't
hasn't
stand.
changed your life
But they did,
forever. Hell no.
and we weren't
They
even
charged
told
with
about it.
murder.
I mean, that was one of the most galling parts of that revelation, is that wait, this has been happening under our nose the
We need to start
entire
looking at
trial,
local trial.
and I'm just now finding out about it. We would have made hay about it as soon as we found out, and we did. But it was 10 minutes before I was about to stand up and close the case.
Some of the things that Michael Proctor said about you were objectively vicious. What was
Okay,
it like to
fine.
be there in court and
be back.
listen to all those texts?
Another relief. So many moments in court were a relief to me because I've known these things in some cases for years and had to keep it amongst our inner circle. Nothing Michael Proctor texted and admitted out loud in court about me would ever offend me. I'm proud of my overcoming of health crises. Proctor was just letting the public know what I've known about Michael Proctor, who he really is. And it's just luck that, as I know it, Michael Proctor doesn't have a daughter. But those text messages, as vile as they are, I think are the least of his offenses.
Alan, you could have had Michael Proctor read 1 or 2 of the texts. You spent hours having him read those out loud. I'm sure that was done by design.
It was. Everything that we did in that cross-examination of Michael Proctor was done by design. I wanted to make sure that I had an audience of 12 folks, an undefined 12 folks sitting in that jury box who were going to make a judgment about, not just about Karen Reed, they were going to make a judgment about the prosecution and about the investigating officer in charge of the prosecution or in charge of the investigation. They needed to see and hear a full panoply of who this person really is and get down to the fabric of the human being. That's the only way they could assess the veracity of the entire investigation. As goes the investigating officer, goes the investigation. And the prosecution, the Commonwealth, wanted to hide that. They wanted to mask it. They didn't want to give those data over to us. They didn't want to give those texts to us. They tried mightily in front of the court to get those suppressed. Why? Because as goes the investigator, goes the prosecution. The texts were vile. They were disgusting. They were not just, as Michael Proctor tried to slough them off, regrettable. Regrettable, Mr. Proctor? Seriously? That's the best you can come up with in terms of what the things that you're saying and the bias that you're showing? about a criminal defendant and accused who has yet to be convicted of anything, that's the best you can say is it's regrettable. It's far beyond regrettable. It's disgusting. It's disturbing. That man should not ever carry a badge. That man should not ever carry a gun. He should never have any authority over the community members ever again.
Are you surprised that he's been fighting for his job?
Yeah. Yeah. What I think he should probably do is put his tail between his legs and get out of the jurisdiction and go find some other line of work, someplace where he can't hurt people.
How will Michael Proctor play in the retrial?
Oh, he's going to play large in the retrial. They can't, look, the prosecution, I think, probably wants very badly to take some magic eraser, some pixie dust, and erase Michael Proctor from the minds of the public, and certainly not from the minds of the new jury who's going to come in and assess this case. They're not going to be able to do it, not as long as we're breathing. Michael Proctor is going to be a part of this case, whether he likes it or not.
Because they don't necessarily have to call him, but obviously you have a right to call him as a witness.
Correct. And we will, if they don't call him, we will. We're not going to allow the Commonwealth to hide the truth from the last jury or this upcoming jury.
He's touched everything, everything.
There's no part of the case that he hasn't affected. No part of the case that he hasn't affected. He was in charge of the entire investigation. The personality and the character of the investigation is the personality and the character of Michael Proctor. They're one and the same. And we'll make sure that that's disclosed to the jury.
The feds devoted a lot of time and resources investigating what happened here. We are now years removed from that, and there's been no action taken. Why is that?
Well, I don't know that there's been no action taken. We don't know about any action taken. There's lots of, it's like
but no indictments.
No indictments, but it's like looking at a duck on water, Ted. The duck is very still, it's very stable, but underneath the little flippers are going crazy. I don't know what's happening just beneath the surface. I don't know what's happening. I'm not privy to what the federal investigation is actually, where it's going or how far it's led to this point. I do know that they were seminal in providing us with information. And when I say us, it's important to note, providing both sides. They didn't pick a side or choose a side in this. They provided everything that they decided was disclosable. They provided to both sides. The Commonwealth decided they didn't want to use it. As a matter of fact, tried mightily to keep us from using it. Thank goodness, cooler heads prevailed, and we were able to utilize much of what their investigation or what their disclosure consisted of. But if it hadn't been for them, the Commonwealth had been hiding evidence from us for years. And it wasn't until the federal investigation and revelation came to pass that we actually sort of were able to look behind the curtain, which is where we should have been looking in the first place. So it was central to our presentation of our defense.
Leah Foley will be the third U.S. attorney, as far as we know, who will at least touch this case.
Right.
Do you expect that having a new head of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston will change anything?
I don't know. I have been incredibly impressed with the U.S. Attorney's Office in terms of the leadership under Ms. Foley's predecessors. Joshua Levy was central in making certain decisions about what to disclose to us, where the investigation was going. Again, I don't know what the full parameters of the investigation are, but I can say that I was very, very happy with what they did and what they disclosed, trying to get the truth out previously, and I hope Ms. Foley does the same thing. I'm looking forward to her continuing the investigation. I hope she does.
When you look at the scope of the federal investigation and all the things that were done, you received 3,000 pages from that investigation. Are there other things that might have been done or have been done that you think that should also be turned over or could be turned over?
I don't know. Again, Ted, we're sort of operating a little bit in the blind because I don't know what the full contours of the federal investigation consist of. So it's not like I can say, oh, well, they did this, but I don't have that information. I don't know what this is. The only thing that I have is the information that they provided to both sides. And then we culled through it to decide, oh, okay, is this relevant to our case? And nearly every page of it was highly, highly relevant material.
One of the things that the federal government did was hire this outside accident reconstruction team who would have no vested interest in the outcome of this case. how important was those two accident reconstructionists coming in saying no way, no how?
I cannot describe the gravity of those two witnesses. First of all, they were unassailable in terms of their credibility and their credentials. There was nobody who testified that was more credentialed to talk about the issues that were attendant to them than those two gentlemen, those two doctors, PhDs. The fact that we didn't hire them, they can't be considered hired guns by the prosecution. The fact that the Commonwealth didn't even know their name. They were completely independent third parties who did not know Karen Reed or this case, and they did not know that their assessment was attendant to Karen Reed or this case. Central to their testimony, completely credible. I can't describe the gravity of those two witnesses and the impact that it had on the trial and getting to the truth. And what they said echoed everything that we had been learning during the course of our investigation on the defense side, which is that car was not damaged by hitting a human body. It did not hit a person. And John O'Keefe was not injured by being hit by a vehicle. No way, no how. It didn't happen. As one of the witnesses testified, the physics don't lie. The science doesn't lie. The car did not make contact with John O'Keefe. She didn't do this.
Karen, when the ARCA information came in that document dump, I guess, what was your emotion kind of reading what they decided?
I didn't really know the details of it until trial because I did not have the same access to those materials that the attorneys did because of the federal protective order. It was another moment, and there's been so many, that I realized, to put it mildly, how underhanded this prosecution is, that a district attorney can be privy to that accident reconstruction report and continue to pursue this case and not call Drs. Wolf and Rentschler.
Right, they have one job to do. They have one job to do, to seek the truth. They had this information in front of them. As Karen just said, why wouldn't they call them? They should have called them. Their only job is to seek the truth, not to seek a conviction. And the truth is, the physics don't lie. The car didn't hit John. He wasn't killed by being hit by a car. And they, not only did they not seek that truth, they tried to suppress it.
And their version of events was almost, it was laughable. It was laughable. It was illogical. It just did. The body just landed. The phone just landed. A side swipe with no bruises. It's not as if they had qualified, credentialed, advanced educated experts to offer another version of events. They didn't have that, and they chose to ignore that, and they chose to present to the court and to the public in a hearing that those federal materials, 3,000 pages, were 90 to 95% consistent with their theory of the case. The theory of the case is a car accident. The federal materials included a report that said there wasn't a car accident. That's the case. That's 95% of the case. And it was inconsistent. It wasn't just inconsistent. It was diametrically opposed to the Commonwealth's theory of the case or lie of the case.
On the morning of January 29th, 2022, you said it was possible you might have hit John. How could that even be in the realm if you saw him going into the house?
Because it never crossed my mind that the people we were with, middle-aged adults with children, some of the children were with us that night at the bar. It did not cross my mind for several days that they did this to John, that John was treated like a piece of garbage. These were women and men, some I knew better than others, that I knew to be normal people. And I went through every possibility. He was near the road and he was dying. And I didn't think he was purposely put in that place.
In your opinion, there have been a few names that have surfaced in this third-party culpability theory. Who do you think, if John was beaten up and attacked in that house, who did it?
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. And it's not for us to know. Somebody other than Karen is responsible for that, for the killing of John. But who it was specifically, others know. And they're not talking.
What is the most important piece of evidence that exists in this case that people could look at and say, hey, there's no way that she could have done this? Is there one thing?
To me, there is. That the only physical evidence connecting me to where John's body was found, which I will not call the crime scene, the only physical evidence, pieces of plastic taillight, were not found until after the state police had possession of that very taillight.
And when you couple that, you're looking for one thing. When you couple that with the testimony of the experts, the third party, absolutely qualified experts, that there was no car accident. The car did not hit John, and John was not hit by a car.
So the taillight pieces, when they were found and when your car was taken, to you, that is the most crucial element of your defense.
It's closely followed by other evidence, but to me, yes.
You've had a private investigator from the start. Is that private investigator still running down tips, and will we see any new revelations at the retrial?
Absolutely. Yeah, we have not slowed down our investigation one iota. So I expect, I'm not at liberty to say exactly what might be revealed that's new and different in the second trial, but I expect that there will be some new information that comes from our investigation as well.
People send you tips?
All the time. All the time. Yeah, the harder part is not getting the tips. The harder part is separating the wheat from the chaff.
Mm-hmm.
What tips are valuable enough to sort of chase down, and which just seem like we'd be chasing our tail. But no, we get tips every single day. The public is very, very interested in getting to the truth of what actually happened to John O'Keefe.
Karen, it's been reported that your defense is running about $5 million. Is that correct? And how do you pay for that?
Give or take a few million. That's a back of the envelope calculation, and it's certainly no pressure put on me in any way by my attorneys. The longer this goes, the harder they work, the more time goes into it.
How do you pay for that?
Right now, I'm paying for everything entirely on the charity of supporters. People I know, former colleagues, people, many, thousands of people I don't know. I've liquidated my retirement. I've sold my home, and everything else is from supporters, and it's not a small number. It's approaching $750,000, and I hope the supporters and the donors know that this is their defense. They're marshaling this. I could early, but it's been 3 years. I've not had income. I had 2 incomes, now I have none. So I'm just incredibly grateful and appreciative. And it was funny when we launched the defense fund, which Alan helped me do logistically through his firm. I was thanking donors the early days, anything sizable or even small ones, because it's not the nominal amount. It's what people can afford or their intention, and especially from strangers. And I was thanking people, and now I can't, but I just want them to know. I see them all. My family members, my close friends see them, and other supporters see. Our defense fund page has kind of become its own social media, that people look to see what other parts of this country are people closely following and donating to this defense. So it's keeping us going financially, of course, but also emotionally.
It's important to know, not to interrupt, Ted, but it's important to know that although the attorney time involved is in the multi-million-dollar range, probably $6 million between Mr. Yannetti, myself, Ms. Little, other lawyers who have worked on the case, other individuals, investigators, et cetera. Most of us, all of the lawyers, are not getting paid that. We have not taken that money. We're not going to take that money. That's the value that has amassed of the legal services that's been required to mount this defense. But we're not taking the money because she doesn't have the money. And the reason that David Yannetti is doing this, the reason that I'm doing this, the reason that Liza Little is doing this, the reason that Marty Weinberg and Bob Alessi and others are doing this is because it's the right thing to do. None of us are willing to stand by and watch her get railroaded or steamrolled by the power of the government when she did not do this. So we have all decided as a team, we will be here for as long as it takes, and we will fight as hard as it takes to make sure that the truth comes out.
You said you received $750,000 roughly in donations. Who would we be most surprised to hear who's donated to you?
I wouldn't disclose that to you, but some well-known, maybe one of the most well-known names at my former employer. But as I said, that means just as much to me as someone from Alabama who's given me $25 from her last paycheck.
Does that person's name start with an A?
No, he was, it's a he. And just a little more directly involved.
That's just good. That's just good reporting. He's just going to keep asking it
Yeah.
until he figures it out.
Abby certainly has the money.
I wish, Ted, I wish. And that's not for lack of trying on my part.
The largest group of people who've donated to you are your former coworkers.
Not in volume of donors, but in proportion of the actual amount donated. Yeah, about half has come from former colleagues to whom I am incredibly grateful. And it's kind of taken the sting out of no longer being a part of that world and seeing them every day and doing what I love to do, that I'm still connected, and it's a different life that I have now and a different purpose, and they're contributing to it.
And it's interesting, the perception that she's got this multi-million-dollar defense and this juggernaut defense, it's just not correct. It's not accurate. Yes, she has a very valuable defense working on her behalf, but the money that the donors and the public are providing, the money that that's being given to the defense fund is paying for the investigators, the expert witnesses, travel for the experts, hotels for the people are flying in from all over the country, and we have to account for that, a massive amount of logistics, getting people here so that they can testify, getting people here so that they can do the research. If we need to use research attorneys or other staff, that's what that's paying for. It's not paying for legal fees. None of us are taking legal fees.
For the retrial, you're facing a new special prosecutor. Who would you rather face? Is it Adam Lally, who we saw in the first trial, or is it Hank Brennan?
I don't care who I face. I have the truth. I have the best attorneys that money is not paying for. Do your worst.
What was your take on how the DA's office performed at the first trial?
How they performed, it felt like they just wore the jury down. It felt like a lot of repetition. I don't think the jurors saw the lack of injuries to John's body or his right arm for, I want to say it was week 5, but maybe it just felt like week 5 and it was week 3. They were clearly, and I understand why, belaboring insignificant points and barely touching on the biggest parts of the evidence.
Questions that they couldn't answer. They just decided the prosecution had a design. They were just going to try the case by volume instead of by validity.
Put it all out there.
Put everything out there, and the inconvenient facts that show that John O'Keefe was not killed by Karen Reed would just get buried somewhere in the middle. Our job was to tease that out, which we did. Doesn't matter if they try to do it again. We'll do the same thing. Our job is to make sure that the truth gets out there.
I think I asked your parents the same question. If you're framed, someone's got to run that, direct that. Who is that person?
I think you know who that person is. I think there's people who are enabling, and there's people who are actually moving pieces.
But is your theory that it's people inside that house, 34 Fairview, who sort of called the shots from the beginning, or someone high up in law enforcement?
I don't know the interconnections, the interpersonal relationships among these people. I have a strong personal opinion that what has motivated this persecution of me is power. There were familiarities among players that never should have happened. There's a sleeve of homicide in the Norfolk DA's office, as there is in the other counties of Massachusetts. And yet the person assigned to investigate this case, ostensibly investigate this case, lives a mile down the street from the crime scene. But I believe the players with the most influence are motivated more by power and playing God. And they're trying to play God with my life.
Not to protect people.
People are being protected. I don't know if the motivation was actually to protect those people, but it's a byproduct of it. I mean, there are names.
And the fan has returned. So I have not actually heard that entire interview. I just saw like snippets. Some other people have shown. So I actually haven't seen any of her entire interviews. I've only seen snippets. And it does show when they do show snippets like they were doing in the trial, which I think is unfair. I can't believe that the judge, I don't know why I say I can't believe the judge is allowing that, but of course she's allowing that to show those Dateline interviews, the little snippets they're showing, because it does make Karen Reed look unlikable. I will say I have been saying, and I agree with Trial Junkies, is that I don't think she should be doing this press tour interview thing. But when you watch an entire interview, or for the most part of that one, it obviously it makes sense. What does she have to lose at this point? I think she waited until after that first trial to do those interviews. So she really doesn't have, she's fighting for her life, right? She's been accused of taking her boyfriend's life. And she has no other, there's nothing else she can do. She's fighting a system. So I guess that's she feels is her only option. So, and if she doesn't stand up for herself, who else is going to do it? And I mean, the only part I saw of that interview was when he asked her when she thinks of John. And so it did come across as not very emotional. But then when you hear it as a whole, I mean, it has been 3 years. And since he's passed, all she's been doing is fighting for her freedom. So, yeah, we're back. So, I mean, I guess it kind of would come across as unsympathetic and unemotional when all you've been doing is fighting for your freedom. You haven't even had a chance to mourn your boyfriend's death. All you've had is a chance. All you've been able to do is.
On this slide, could we proceed to slide 35, please?
Oh, Lord, China almost did it again.
Slide 35.
I believe the next slide is 35. Okay. Now, when we look at this slide, I'm going to ask you to zoom in, and if we can start from left to right, and we can identify each category as you discuss it and explain to us the importance of the columns.
So we already touched on this from left to right. The first column is the continuous running clock. Second column is where I converted it to minute and seconds. You can see we're on trigger 1162.2. This is the second trigger. The particular boxes that are highlighted are where there's change. For example, in the upper right, when you're transitioning from drive to neutral to reverse. And then I already discussed this a little bit, but where the wheel's slipping, you can see you have high acceleration pedal application, increase in the RPMs. But when you look at the effects on the vehicle, you can see that it's accelerating less. So that's indicative of slippage of the wheels. And then I simply show at the bottom the math I use to derive all that. So again, we touched on most of this. It's the same slide you saw before, just to show how corrected for the speed.
If you could zoom in for a second, I want to ask you a question about the RPM column.
RPM column, go ahead.
If you could zoom in.
Oops.
You see in the last line, the last piece of data captured, the RPMs changed from 3,200 to 3,300.
Correct.
And the accelerator is fair to say, is that depressed? What's the way you characterize that?
Sustained.
How would you characterize 74? What does that mean?
I mean, it's 3/4 of full throttle. It's 74% of full throttle.
If above it's 74.5, it drops to 73.5 and then back to 74. Why is the RPM higher than above?
So there's, again, this data is referred to as being asynchronous. You're reporting it at particular times, but the computer's scanning the network for the data. So it's not all on exactly the same time step. Not only that, but there's frequently, oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
There frequently is a delay from when you step on the accelerator pedal to when that translates to increased RPM at the engine. It takes a little time to build it up or take it down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So similar to what we did on the first one, basically what we did is we took all the text stream data that we had, which includes the shifting, the forward, the reverse, and the steering. Again, there was a tiny bit of leftward steer, and put that into a simulation program where we're simulating what the Lexus will do. So we've taken into account the mechanical characteristics, the steering response of the Lexus. So this is to show what it represents on the left-hand side. So each one of these little hash marks, different color, represents 10 feet. The red lines show the extent of motion. Remember what I said, initially pulled forward, then backed up past its initial spot, and then went backwards further distance. So what this shows is where we simulated this in a program called HVE. So that's the vehicle, the Lexus pulling forward. And then it accelerated in reverse, past its initial starting position, and came to rest right there.
Doctor, when you say it came to rest there, do you have
sorry.
data that the defendant's Lexus stopped there?
No, it did not come to rest. I misspoke. That's where the text stream data ends. As you can see here, it's still going. It's still going approximately 23 miles an hour when that ends.
You'll have to zoom in on that so the
Did
jury
you
can see
just say
what we're
GD?
referring to. Please.
So again, as I mentioned, the text stream's taking a window of data. It doesn't take anything outside the window. You can see that when we account for the wheel slippage, that the vehicle at the time of the last data point, again, is at 74% throttle, 3,300 revolutions per minute, and is going backwards approximately 23.9 miles per hour. And you can see it's traveled a total distance backwards of 53 feet back from where it initially started. Or if you consider where it pulled forward 34 feet and then backed up 53 feet, add those two together from the point it pulled all the way forward. So this is 10, 20, 35 forward. And then it'll go 10, 20, 30, 40, 53 back for a total of 87 feet. So from the maximum point it pulled forward to where it backed up, again, that was 34 feet forward, then a total of 53 back, total travel distance of 87 feet. So went all the way forward where it stopped, it then backed up 87 feet. And when the tech stream data stopped, it's still moving. It's still moving about 23 miles an hour, and you're still at 74% throttle and 3,300 revolutions per minute on the tachometer, RPM gauge.
We could turn the light on for a moment. Dr. Welcher, in your analysis of the data and the information you acquired and the evidence that you relied upon, did you come to some conclusions and opinions regarding the defendant's Lexus that evening?
I did.
As part of that opinion, you mentioned that you considered mileage to map distances as one way of mapping the location of the vehicle. Do you remember that?
I do.
If you could provide us with slide. I believe it's slide 25. And could you widen the left-handed box a little bit? And you mentioned you measured or you ran information about distances between different routes?
Correct.
Specifically regarding Fairview to Meadows, the first box. Do you see that?
I do.
There are 3 different mileage numbers.
Yes.
And then there's streets to the left. Can you explain what's set out in that box?
Sure. It's basically 3 different routes you can go: Sherman Street, Pleasant Street, Washington, and Sherman Street.
When you considered the shortest route, 2.3 miles on Sherman Street, did you attempt to determine how long it would take to travel 2.3 miles, how fast the car would have to be moving or how slowly it would have to be moving to travel 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
So to go 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds, you would need an average speed of 32.47 miles an hour.
What if you took the longest route, 2.8 miles, and you considered 2.8 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds? Did you make a determination?
I did.
Could you share that with the jury?
It's 39.5 miles per hour.
Is that what the average speed of the Lexus would need to be to travel that distance in that
Correct.
time? Now, turning to your study of these tech stream events, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, how many triggering events occurred? How many triggering events occurred in that ignition cycle 1162?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
In 1162, the tech stream recorded 2 triggering events.
And do you have an opinion as to the type of triggering event, the type of movement of the defendant's Lexus in those 2 triggering events?
I do.
Regarding the first triggering event, 1162-1, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, what type of event the first triggering event was.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
The actual trigger was excessive rearward acceleration. The event was during the course of a 3-point turn.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between triggering event 1 and triggering event 2 in that cycle 1162?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between those two triggering events?
Approximately 8 minutes and 5 seconds.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to the type and triggering event of the second event, 1162-2?
I do.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the type of event to that second triggering event?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's, again, the trigger event itself was a transition into reverse and then high throttle application. It's a forward motion followed by a lengthy high-speed rear impact or rear motion.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that portion of the answer.
Yes, I'm not going to highlight it.
I
So
appreciate that.
get the answer again.
Would you like me to ask the question again, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Lessie, yes, right. I'll strike the previous answer. Go ahead and ask the question again.
Okay. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to the nature of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
Just for the record, Your Honor.
Yep.
Yes.
Could you share your opinion with the jury?
The triggering event was high throttle opening in a transition to reverse. It's a forward motion followed by a higher speed rear motion. And at the end of the trigger event, you're still at 74% throttle.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the entire distance captured in that 10-second window during the back maneuver or 1162-2?
Do I have an opinion about it?
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about
Yes.
the entire distance that is captured in that 10-second window of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
So it obviously only captures what's going on during the trigger. It doesn't capture before or after the trigger.
Understood. Do you have an opinion as to just what is captured as far as the distance?
Yes,
And what is your opinion?
that it's 87 feet. So again, the initial forward motion is 34 feet, followed by it backing, crossing the initial point, and then backing up an additional 53 feet.
And finally, regarding this part of your analysis, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to whether the defendant's Lexus was decelerating, accelerating, or remaining the same at the end of that data captured at the triggering event 1162-2?
It was accelerating at 74% throttle.
In addition to your analysis of the tech stream data, one final question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the relative time this backing maneuver occurred with the defendant's Lexus that you just spoke about?
Yes,
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
sure. It matches the window of the cell phone data for Mr. O'Keefe that puts it in front of 34 Fairview. So the backing event occurred somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12. The
So I
end
now
of the
want to
event.
turn to a different part of your study of this case.
Okay.
At some point, did you try to determine whether there was an intervening event that could have caused damage to the defendant's right rear taillight separate from a collision at Fairview?
I did.
Objection, Your Honor.
So the form of the question is to Brennan.
Okay. At some point, when you looked at the data and analyzed this case, did you consider including or excluding evidence, or did you analyze evidence to reach a conclusion, including or excluding whether there was an intervening event that caused damage to the defendant's Lexus right rear tail light?
Yes, I did.
When you started your analysis, what information or claim or evidence did you become aware of that you want to analyze to include or exclude as the cause of that damage?
Sure. So my approach to this case is three prongs. I'm looking at the downloads, the technical information. I'm looking at this backing incident, and then I'm looking at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries and how they relate to the events, potentially. So the second prong, which is looking at this data. So I had a Ring doorbell video showing Miss Reed backing the Lexus out of Mr. O'Keefe's residence at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. And so we wanted to look at the backing activity and whether that contacting Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, whether that was sufficient to cause, or what damage it could cause, and particularly was it sufficient to cause damage to the right rear tail light of the Lexus.
When you were asked to engage in the study, were you ever asked to reach a certain conclusion?
Never.
Was there ever any influence other than the data and facts on your analysis?
There's never been any influence. The influence, again, it's whatever the data shows.
When you engaged in whatever studies you undertook that you'll explain to the jury, were you given any direction or limitations on what you could or should do?
No.
When you received the information, did you understand, regardless of the result, it would be provided to everybody?
I guess generally, yes. I mean, I go through the data, I give you the results, you do with them whatever you see fit.
Okay. And in this case, when you decided to engage in that study, had you had an opportunity to review the Ring video footage from Mr. O'Keefe's home on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Tell us how you went through your study, how you began, and the steps you took, please.
Sure. Probably be best on the slides. So one of the things we first did was to get an exemplar Lexus. What does exemplar mean? It just means I got the same exact year, make, and model vehicle as Miss Reed. So Miss Reed's vehicle is on the left-hand side, taken during my inspection. And then I found this exact same year, make, model, manufactured at the same plant, everything Lexus in Texas. So even though it looks like a European plate, it's a Texas plate. Purchased the vehicle, had it shipped out to California. So I verified that the Lexus is in fact the one I got, the same exact one as Miss Reed's. These are all the standard equipment. Miss Reed's is on the left. My exemplar is on the right. It says Reed Lexus TIS, that's Toyota Information Services, Toyota Information System. So I ran it through TIS, which is the umbrella program under which TechStream runs. I also ran it through My Lexus, which is the Lexus website. And then started about doing what's referred to as a photogrammetric analysis of the video.
Can you explain to us what a photogrammetric, help me with the word, photogrammetry?
Photogrammetric. We're doing photogrammetry is a photogrammetric analysis.
What does that mean?
It's just a big fancy word to saying you're looking at data and photographs. And what we're trying to do is take two-dimensional images, say you get from video or photographs, and knowing some information about the photographs and some of the dimensions of things in the image, get or convert it to a three-dimensional space. In other words, be able to get exact three-dimensional measurements out of that two-dimensional image. So I had the video, just to show the provided video that I was given. So Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. I don't know if you noticed, but there actually is contact between the vehicles. So one of the first things we wanted to do is determine the frame rate, which is how many video frames are played per second. Your normal kind of video camera has about 30 frames per second. Your standard movie is 25 frames a second. You know, a modern IMAX is like 60 frames a second. The frame rate of the camera, how many images it shows per second, because video and films are just single images played really fast, so it looks like motion. And so determining the time between each frame tells you how much time occurred. So if we know the time between each frame, and then we can figure out how far the vehicle moved, distance divided by time is speed. So we put it through a couple different programs. This is called AMP5. We got 19 frames a second. This is a specific forensic program called Axon Investigate, 19.8 frames a second. This is a publicly available program called FFMS. Same thing, 19.8 frames a second. Another program, Media Info, 19.8 frames a second. Anyways, 5 different sources, we're getting 19.8 frames a second. So then what we've done is add information now. So now that we know how many seconds each frame represents, we now put a clock back in to tie that into time. So it's the same exact video, except we have a frame counter now, and we have a time. So we have some information now on the time between each frame. So here's frame 0. This is frame 265. We're 13 seconds into it. Here's frame 305. Notice you see brake lights on the back wall here. Notice how they're not super red because you still have reverse lights on. Now they all go off. So the Lexus brake lights have been turned off at frame 353. 356. I say brake lights begin to come on. 357, they're back on. Lexus comes to a complete stop at frame 369. 384, the reverse lights turn off. So now look how red this is because we no longer have the white reverse lights in it. And you can see the Lexus starts to drive forward. So frame 825, this is after the Lexus has left the scene. But notice the tracks in the snow. So we have very definitive locations for the wheels of the Lexus. We lay over a grid on the various frames. So we then took the images and did what's called clarification, which is where you overlay images from multiple versions or multiple views of the same vehicle, and it helps sharpen the image, but it slightly dulls the color. So you get a little cleaner, crisper image. So here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before clarification, after clarification.
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. Can you get numbers of the slides as we're toggling back and forth?
Sure.
Absolutely. Okay, I'll make an effort. So slide 76. You're welcome. Going to slide 77. We're going to focus in on this area here. So what we will actually show is where the snow was displaced in these 2 spots, spots right across from here and right across from here. You could focus your attention on those. Slide 77. So slide 78. To bring us all together, we went out to Mr. O'Keefe's residence and took a scan, a laser scan. So you see the laser scanner over here. Laser scanners right here. Fence hasn't changed position. The camera's changed slight position. We can account for that. So here's the subject video. We have the correct resolution. There's a new camera. It's going slightly faster frame rate. That just means we have different times between frames on the new camera, but we're simply using it for calibration to the old camera. It's the same container for the MP4, and it's using the same video codec. A video codec is how the computer encodes the video.
Next slide number, please.
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 79. Slide 79, part 2. So really, we care most about is the resolution. So slide 80, you can see these are what are called control points. So from the laser scan, we locate these various points. So the 3D scanner knows the exact position of all these points on slide 80 in the image. And so what we can do is use this information in conjunction with the video to create a scaled version of the video. So when we have three-dimensional images or three-dimensional measurements, we can then use that to give us some three-dimensional information from our 2D video. So there's the points on slide 81. Slide 82, excuse me, slide 81, second part, we're basically just fading in. So what you see now, if I go back to the beginning of slide 81, this is the picture from the video camera. And then what you see here is, which is barely any difference, and that's because what we've done is we've now overlaid the points from the laser scan. So now each one of these little speckly points, we know the exact 3D coordinates of those. So we can now know the exact position of all these fence posts, all the positions on the driveway, and we can use that to calibrate. Going to slide 82. So using that information, it's called solving for the camera. We verify that we have appropriate residuals, meaning we don't have too much error. Slide 83. Okay, subject video. Then this is the subject video with the control points overlaid on it. That's a subject video where we're phasing in the laser scans of the scene, 84. So this is both on slide 84. I'm just toggling between the point cloud and the video. And what I'm trying to illustrate is how well we were able to overlay the point cloud onto the video data. So for example, if you say watch one of these fence post points up here while I toggle between the video there's a laser scan, there's the video. So we've done a good job. Again, the residuals show that we've done an adequate job of matching the data. Slide 85. So what I'm doing here is toggling between, this is the video of the car. Remember I told you I went out and I inspected Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and did a laser scan of it? So we're now taking that laser scan of the video, or excuse me, of the vehicle, and overlaying it onto the car in the video. So this is the video image. That's the laser scan laid on top of it. So we know all the dimensions in the laser scan. We know all the dimensions in the scene of this. We have the tire tracks. We can create and take data points along the tire tracks, create a map of those. So green is the right rear. Again, the vehicle's backing out, coming, slide 87, coming out this direction, backing here, stopping, pulling. Pulling forward towards the bottom of the screen. Backing out here, pulling forward like here. Slide 88. So this is the Lexus lined up. This is when the Lexus has come to a complete stop. So this would be maximum engagement. Again, this is just toggling frame 88, showing that we have the time and the frame number. 369 on the same slide. We've now overlaid the Lexus laser scans on top of the image of the Lexus. So there's the video image, a still image that we took from the video. And here's where we overlay the laser scan of the Lexus. So we've overlaid the laser scan of the Lexus onto the Lexus. We've overlaid the laser scan of the Chevrolet onto the Chevrolet. And we've overlaid the laser scan of the scene onto the scene. So now what that allows us to do, we now know the position of everything in there. And we've also tracked the position of the tire tracks. So that's what it looks like if you overlay the computer model of Ms. Reed's vehicle onto the tire tracks.
Slide number, please.
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. Slide 89, and then I'm just toggling slide 89 where I turn the vehicle off so you can see how the tire positions match up. Another toggle of slide 89, the tire positions line up with where the end of the snow was. From all that information, again, we lined it up in the video, we lined it up in the scene, we have the two vehicles. We can get the exact position of the vehicles when that Lexus stopped. So when that Lexus stopped, that's going to be the maximum engagement. So from that information, we can get the angle of the vehicle, we can get the degree of overlap, the impact configuration. And it's hard to see because of the angles and because these vehicles are not at right angles to each other. The exact contact. Now I mentioned, and we're on slide 94 now, that contact on the rear of the Chevy Traverse. So you can see we actually, I mean, you can't see. So we took a whole bunch of data points within those two areas where the snow got dislodged. And we're looking at where that is. So if you look at that on the vehicle, so this is where it is on the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet. You see it's about 25 and a half inches above ground, 32 and a half inches above ground. Here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So these marks are kind of, this is the Chevy Traverse words, are approximately right here. Again, I had the opportunity to inspect Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. There's no damage where these marks are. So sure, it knocked the snow off, but it wasn't sufficient to cause damage to his vehicle. We then mapped that data onto Ms. Reed's vehicle to look at where that height is. So you can see the only contact marks are down at the bumper level. I mentioned how that bumper sticks out. This is exactly where you'd expect it. So the only evidence of contact is nowhere near the upper taillight. I emphasize the word upper taillight because it is right in line with the lower taillight, but yet the lower taillight also was not broken. So again, 25 and a half, that's 24 right here, 25 and a half. That's 24 right here, 25, 25 and a half. That's right where that scuff mark was. It's also right at, again, the level at the top of that light. This light is not broken. I've looked at the front of it. I've looked at the back of it. I've looked all around it. It's not broken, and it sticks out further than the light above it. So using those positions, matching the overlay of the vehicles, we can get the speeds from that. We know where the Lexus is. We know how much time it is between each frame. So we know how far it moved. And so what we know is that when it first came to a stop, right before that, it was going about 0.7 miles per hour. So realistically, somewhere between 0.5 to 1 mile an hour, just to account for some variations, but definitely going 1 mile an hour or less at impact.
Slide over, please.
Oh, thank you.
So he can get
Slide
speeds
99.
on everything else again, except
That's
that
the dimensions.
full throttle time.
Slide 102.
Weird.
Similar to what I said, no damage to that light, no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's traverse in that area. And then if I could, I would like to go back because I realized I skipped over something.
Let's just confuse us all.
So this is slide 85. So this is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before contact.
Uh-oh. Forgot something. Oopsie. Oopsie whoopsie.
I don't know what happened this time.
Oh, I took it out.
The slide shows that there was snow here, now there's no snow there.
Dr. Welcher, did you look on the driveway after the touching between the two cars to see if you could see anything on the snow
This is
at
funny.
the back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
So referring to this slide, this is after the Lexus has pulled away. Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
Of course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
In any of the videos that you have that show Mr. O'Keefe's
Whatever.
vehicle after the defendant's Lexus touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
When you did your analysis and study, trying to include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did. I considered speed, and then again, knowing we have the positions of the vehicle, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles, which is insufficient to cause the tail light that's recessed in from the edge on the right rear of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet.
Considering all the data and analysis that you did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus was broken or damaged during the contact with Mr. O'Keefe's car at around 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
That impact did not break or crack that taillight.
Is that your opinion?
That's my opinion.
Is that to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
That's to a high degree of engineering certainty.
You mentioned there were 3 areas of study, and we've been through 2.
Correct.
Could you tell us what you focused on your 3rd area of study regarding this case?
So the 3rd area of study, I'm now focusing in on the injuries, the at-scene physical evidence, taillight fragments, broken glass, things of that nature.
Okay, and when you conducted your studies and reached conclusions,
Be right back.
Did you, in your PowerPoint, provide slides to help explain your process and inevitably your conclusions?
Yes, sir.
If you can take us through the third section of your efforts regarding this case, specifically your efforts to identify the different pieces of evidence and your conclusions about a collision in this case.
Absolutely. Slide 104.
Please.
So this is a,
Is this 105, Dr. Welcher?
I'm sorry, 105. Yes, sorry. Slide 105. This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, forearm, hand, and wrist. In anatomy, your arm is defined from your shoulder to your elbow, and then from your elbow to your wrist is your forearm, and then this is your hand. So technically, when you say arm, it really means from your elbow to your shoulder. Most people call this whole thing arm. It's actually the upper extremity. Arm is from shoulder to elbow, elbow to wrist is forearm and hand. So you can see I wrote arm and forearm. So arm, elbow to shoulder, elbow to wrist is forearm. So looking at the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, forearm, as well as his hand. So this is me. I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall. What you see in the upper right is the coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe. He's 73 inches tall. That's 6 feet, 1 inch tall. At this time, I was 220 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, at the time of this incident, was 216 pounds. So I took measurements of myself. I'm actually wearing the same make and size shoes as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand of jeans as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand and size shirt of Mr. O'Keefe. You see the Lexus in the background. We have matched the height to the Lexus. What I'm showing here is both my height, and then keep in mind where the height of this wing is relative to my right eye. So now I'm wearing, in addition, the same shirt and shoes, same type of sweatshirt, and actually the same kind of baseball hat. We tried to determine the exact glass from the waterfall grill. Found out they were getting different ones at different times, but I ordered my glass from the same distributor that Waterfall Grill ordered their glasses from. So you can see in my right hand here, I have a glass. Here's a glass. It looks similar. It's from the same location. And then in the lower, sweatshirt off, and I'm going to look at how this contact pattern lines up. So the first set of slides, I'm simply standing next to the Lexus. We know we have a broken taillight. We know how scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'm seeing how those may or may not relate to the height and position of the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, if you could back up one slide, I have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top of the Lexus, there's like a rim. What do you call that?
I call it a wind wing. I mean, it could be a wing.
Okay, thank you.
Air dam would be another. Okay, so I then set about to do a little bit of testing with the Lexus. The first test you're going to see is me just walking backwards or actually sideways into the Lexus. What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear tail light with what's called grease paint. Kind of sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry. And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out, see what the damage pattern looks like, or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear tail light. So then what you see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm, the yellow grease paint on my hand, was to show where my hand would hit the taillight. And so just kind of me walking slowly sideways into it, the approximate location of the taillight, and I'll line it up with the broken taillight in a second, lines up with the approximate location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Dr. Welch, let me ask you a question. When you're engaging in these demonstrations, are you attempting to try to show exactly how Mr. O'Keefe was struck?
No. So we don't know exactly how he was struck. And pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angles. And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's off the ground, can have an effect on where you end up after that. We just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information. We know the taillight was broken. We know the glass was broken. We know we have damage to the rear of the Lexus. We know we have lacerations in Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So I'm trying to see if there's any correlation between all those.
Well, can body posture on a clip or a side swipe collision change the trajectory or the injury?
Of course.
Can the way somebody moves or reacts before impact change it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What are other things that can change the trajectory of the person and the injuries?
So for example, if you get hit and knocked off balance or clipped and knocked off balance, you can take additional steps. That'll affect how far your body travels. If you have one foot on the ground versus the other foot on the ground, affects how the body rotates. If your arm is at 90 degrees or 85 degrees, will affect the kinematics. We attempted to model different possibilities, and we're getting results that were all over the map. Small changes in the pedestrian position give you huge change in the output. And so from the tech stream data, we don't know exactly when in the tech stream data he was hit. So we don't even know the exact impact speed. In most pedestrian reconstructions, you typically have a point where the impact occurred, like where the person was, like in the crosswalk, for example, and they get hit and their tire leaves a rubber scrub. That's called the area of impact or point of impact. You then can look at how far they were thrown and using some laws of physics, calculate how fast the car had to be going. Well, we don't have that in this case. We don't know exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was on the roadway when this happened. Sorry, I'm about to go to the next slide. Oh.
Without having an exact point of impact or an exact speed or an exact body position, are you able to specifically replicate the actual collision and the way Mr. O'Keefe's body would move?
Exactly replicate? No. And again, in terms of how he would move, again, we don't know where exactly on the roadway he started. So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started. We don't know if when he was clipped, he took an additional step before falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So depending on the speed, the higher the speed, the more rotation. So if I may, so slide 111, this is simply showing where I walk sideways, how this lines up with the location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Here's the post-contact scuffing on the taillight. Here's a picture of Miss Reed's vehicle on the right-hand side. So now I said, okay, that was me walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me. I did this at very low speeds. And you'll see, and we'll throw this from 2 different angles. That's me showing I'm doing test 2. This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed. You'll see it's only about a 2 mile an hour impact. But even a 2 mile an hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate and take a step.
Here.
Yes.
Okay, so this is case in point right here. This just proves, just for me, there is absolutely no way to prove that he was hit by a vehicle because no one knows where he was. No one knows where he was standing, if he was inside or outside. There's absolutely no way to prove at all, if ands or buts about it, if he was hit by a vehicle. If there's just no way. You cannot prove where John O'Keefe was. How can you even infer that he was hit by Karen Reed? This man just sat there and said, there's no way to even create a proper reenactment when he doesn't even know where John O'Keefe started. If you can't tell where he started, then you can't put his body in a spot and accurately recreate the scene. And not only that, but he's literally starting out with his arm up like this. That means he's trying to recreate it with his arm up like this. That means John would have had to have been standing there ready to go for Karen Reed's vehicle to hit him. That's not how it works. So this is all wrong. This is all wrong. Now, the only thing that this guy has done so far, and y'all can agree with me, put your 2 cents in, whatever, that I thought was okay, was that driveway where she hit his car in the driveway. That was kind of cool. I was like, that right there is an accident reconstruction. But everything else this guy has done thus far has made absolutely 0 sense. Coming up with the timetable, the infotainment, the cell phone, all that kind of shenanigans, all of that, give or take this time, 10 seconds here, 10 seconds there. No. And this right here, I don't like it either, China. That does not make sense. You can't say it with beyond a reasonable doubt that John O'Keefe was hit with a vehicle. That right there is not, that's not good. That's not good evidence. That's not good at all. And he just said it out of his own mouth. I don't know where where he started, where he was standing. There's no way I can say, no, that right there is enough for me as a juror to be like, I don't even need to go on with this case anymore. Like there's nothing else that needs to be said. Be right back. I think my dog's got to go out. Yeah, I think if the prosecution didn't mess themselves up on that Alabama guy, this really messed him up. If the judge does not see this, I don't know. This is bad. I don't know what other channels are saying, but this is bad. I can't believe that guy literally just that sealed it. You know, we've been on here for over 6 hours, and it took them nearly 2 hours to start the dang trial this morning. This case should be over. Oh, my dog knows how to open the door, but they get out of the fence, so I have to keep an eye on them. Well, they don't go anywhere, but my dog knows how to open all the doors in the house and to go out. But I don't trust him. He's a stinker. Neo knows. Augie doesn't. He's old. But yeah. Your dog's probably good though. Mine are pains in the butt. Yeah, that was done. I agree, China, right? That was bad. And that was a bad, they should not have allowed that in there. That was bad. I just think that's bad. I don't know. I think right there, that should just be called Dunzo. I mean, that just blew their whole case up. To me, that just blew it up. I can't wait to see what attorneys have to say when I go look at their channels, because I'm no attorney, but that right there, whew, that's bad. You can't recreate something that you don't have a basis for. I mean, where did he get that information, right? Like, he's recreating something that didn't happen. He's creating a fake, a made up scenario. And he doesn't, he could have created that scenario, and like, he's having to do that a million different ways. And he doesn't know the speed, remember? He had a speed for every single spot, everywhere she drove, everything except the speed that she was backing up. Let me go let my dogs back in.
And what slide is this? I think I just can't see it. What slide is this?
114.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One moment, Dr. Welcher.
Oh,
When you were showing us this video, you walked to the side of the passenger side of the car, didn't you?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was discussing with them what to do.
You were discussing with who what to do.
The driver.
In no way were you trying to imitate or give a demonstration of what you believed Mr. O'Keefe's movements to be.
Oh, no. This speed's just 2 miles an hour. I was having a discussion with the driver about what we needed to do to conduct the test.
So when you walked up to the passenger side, it wasn't to replicate a study or a movement or give an opinion?
No, that walking
simply...
had nothing to do with this case except for me instructing the driver what to do.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry about that.
No apology necessary. Could you go back to the beginning when you were explaining this so we can go through it?
So this is the dynamic test 2. So again, this is the view from behind. Just to avoid the confusion, I will start it here.
so he goes sideways. He doesn't get thrown back and hit
What
a fire
speed
hydrant.
is the car traveling?
You can see it. About 2 miles an hour.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is the objection that we spoke about.
Oh, okay. All right, so that's noted, Mr. Lysy.
So similar to the other test, this is the post-contact image of the transfers onto my arm. Actually, the yellow paint, you can see from my hand is here. This is from the arm and forearm. Here's the paint transfer pattern.
And that slide number,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Welcher?
I'm terrible with that.
That's
Slide
okay.
116 now. That was 115.
Thank you.
Slide 116. What I've done is I've taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the exemplar Lexus. Then I've done this extension of those same components on the rear of Miss Reed's Lexus and shown how the approximate location of the fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, do you have any indication of how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was bent, what angle it was bent at?
Not exactly, but for these to be taillight shard fragments, they would need to be in the area of the taillight, but it could be further up. We know from the police photographs that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching here. So it's possible his arm was a little higher up and the glass hit the rear of the Lexus and caused that damage.
In the bottom right,
Excuse me, Your Honor, objection.
I will strike that last part about.
Thank you.
the purpose of the circle is for what, Dr. Welcher?
To show, in this case, primarily the location of the lacerations up on the arm, the upper part of the arm, and that they match up with the locations of at least the one remaining shard in the rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus.
Looking at the picture of the Lexus bottom right middle, are there any marks on the Lexus itself that you took note of?
Yes, it's on the next slide.
Thank you.
Actually, it's 2 slides. So there, again, this is the evidence marker. There was a horizontal scuff. We know Mr. O'Keefe had blue jean type pants on. There's a scuff in the area that would approximately correspond to hip level for Mr. O'Keefe.
And next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am, 118.
Thank you.
Did you describe what you saw on the bottom right-hand corner photo as well?
I believe, yes, I did. That's the scuff that lines up with the approximate height of Mr. O'Keefe's right hip. So then I included previous image that you've seen, slide 119, with the reconstructed photograph of the rear taillight, showing where some of the fragments are. You can see where those fragments are relative to the curvature of the taillight. They'd be in the area somewhat centered within the region of the 2 yellow lines on slide 119.
Is there anything about the photograph in the top right-hand corner that's important? If so, could you zoom in and show us?
So again, it's showing that this is when it's, I believe, in the Sally Port at the police station, showing that scuff on the right rear body panel.
What?
Did you see any similar scuffs in the middle back of the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you see anything notable as far as damage to the middle back of this Lexus?
The middle,
Yes,
like back where the doors are?
with the middle of the back of the car, did you see any similar damage to the middle? or
There
the
were
left?
scuff marks that ran along the bumper.
Okay, continue, please.
So this is just showing his jacket he was wearing, that the puncture marks coincide to the
Puncture.
marks on his arm.
Puncture.
This is from the autopsy report. A couple things it notes: a 1/2 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee. He's got a laceration on his right eyelid. That corresponds to the height of that thin rear wind wing on the back of the Lexus.
I'm going to object.
Sustain.
Thank you.
She already
How tall
knows.
was Mr. O'Keefe?
73 inches tall, 6'1".
And how high was that wing from the ground on the back of the Lexus?
It was about it's about 5 feet 11 inches, maybe 5 feet 10 and a half.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you notice anything about Mr. O'Keefe's right knee?
I noticed there was a 1/2 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you note how high from his foot that bruise was on his knee?
We don't know the exact length of his knee. The abrasion appears to be right here at knee level. If you go back and look at where my knee is, that would be at the approximate level of the bumper.
Could you focus in on the bumper to show it relative to the height of your knee?
Sure. Oops. So my knee is approximately right here. This is where the bumper is. So the side of Mr. O'Keefe's knee will be in this general area.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm regarding its orientation relative to the broken taillight on the defendant's Lexus?
Yes. Your Honor, may I read my report, my opinion?
Okay.
The location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
After considering these three different subjects that we discussed, the tech stream data, analyzing the touching between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's car, and then your demonstrations regarding the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you consider further evidence in reaching any conclusions as an accident reconstructionist and a biomechanical engineer?
Yes, I did.
Could you turn us to slide 124, please?
So this is some of the location of the physical evidence. Red plastic, clear plastic. There, his point of rest was indicated to be 7 feet off the roadway. There was a sneaker that was found near the curb. There were various fragments of taillight found in the snow on the morning of the incident, as to the afternoon of the incident.
Could you zoom in on those photos so that we can see the dates?
The date?
Yes.
Oh, sure. So January 29th at 5:46 p.m. This one's at 5:52. One's at 5:59. This one down here is at 5:46. So there were various fragments of the taillight that were ultimately pieced back together and determined to be from Miss Reed's right rear taillight. Additional evidence was found This is taken on the afternoon of the accident, again, around 5:50 p.m.
Could you zoom in, please, for us?
Sure. So what you see here was later identified as Mr. O'Keefe's right shoe.
And this slide number, Dr. Welcher?
Yes, ma'am, 127.
Could you show us the time and date, please?
January 29th at 5:50 p.m. So a series of photographs. Again, you can see on the right-hand photograph that this is the roadway. This is the curb. The grass will be up towards the top of the right image on slide 127. The shoe is found, in the roadway, up against the edge of the curb. Baseball hat. Again, required a same baseball hat. Baseball hat was also found in the snow. You can see.
I want you, before you move ahead, the baseball hat, could you give us a close-up view and also the date and time?
So that's where it's buried in the snow. These were taken on February 3rd. I'm not sure what time it was. There was also red liquid identified, I believe they indicated to be blood, in the snow as well.
And could you give us,
So I'm going to sustain that objection and strike the last part of
I
it. So we
understand.
don't need to come to SACPA, right?
Just describe the color of what you saw rather than what it was.
There was red coloration in the snow.
And could you give us that date if it's different than February 3rd?
I thought that was February 3rd as well.
Is there a date on the photograph to the left?
I don't see one.
Okay. Do you know if those photos were taken by the Canton Police Department?
System.
Do you know when exactly those photos were taken?
I don't, except I have them dated as February 3rd. But I think that may just be the baseball hat photos.
Okay, can you continue?
Then we have photos of a broken glass. Surrounded by red marks in the snow.
Continue, please.
This, by the way, is the flagpole.
And that slide number, please, Dr.
Yes, ma'am, 129.
Thank you.
Slide 130.
Can you enlarge that and explain to us what that is?
Sure. So at the bottom, it indicates where it's from. So this was from a presentation I gave looking at pedestrian injury biomechanics back in 2005. And what it's showing is what are the most common injuries in pedestrian impacts. So what it shows is head injuries are the most common injury in pedestrian impacts. So on the right-hand side, it's all injuries. You can see of all the individual study, the highest prevalence or most common injury was head injuries. In those that sustained severe life-threatening injuries, again, the highest was also head injuries. So head injuries are very commonly associated with pedestrian impacts. This is anatomical drawings just to help you understand the anatomy. The middle section here is from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy report. The lower right diagram, the green line represents the fracture lines, predominantly here, at least in the base of the skull. So in the biomechanical and forensics just means the legal related scientific industry, there's something called hat brim line or hat line analysis. And what it is it's looking at where the hat line you can imagine is where the brim of a hat would be. And what it is, it's literature that's looking at where head injuries from falls commonly occur.
I'll strike, I'm going to strike. I'm gonna strike. Yes, yes. So that was slide 131.
No, that was 132. I
Oh,
moved it
sorry.
because you said to take it off the screen.
Your Honor, one more request is to agree to not take that into consideration.
So jurors, when I strike something, that means don't pay any attention.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Continue, Dr. Welcher.
So, Your Honor, I need to go past that slide.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
This is the next slide.
Okay, if you can continue.
Sure. So I provided peer-reviewed scientific literature that looked at a metric where they were publishing research trying to delineate falls versus blows or assaults. And so this metric is in that scientific literature. They looked at a total of 400 different events, 235 falls, 165 assaults. And so you can see where it says mandible. So mandible is your lower jaw.
Can you enlarge that a little bit, please?
Your Honor, pardon the interruption. I'm moving to strike.
Yeah, let's take that slide down and I'm gonna see you at sidebar.
Yeah. I don't think he should be talking about any of this. This is not in his wheelhouse. Yeah, this is not oh my goodness. This guy should not even be on the stand. So the Alabama guy and this guy should not have been a part of this. Again, this never should have gone to trial, and it never should have gone to retrial. And now this prosecutor has screwed up this case by bringing these two supposed experts in. And they may be experts in their field, but they're not experts for this case because this is not a good case. And they were given a terrible case to become expert witnesses in. And now their credibility has been ruined because of this case. That was not a good idea at all. And now he's trying to put his 2 cents into something he knows absolutely nothing about. When he's talking about head injuries and jaw injuries, that's not appropriate. Not only that, but he also did that reenactment without John wearing his the long sleeve portion. Granted, he wasn't wearing a coat or anything, but he left out the long sleeve thing, and he called them puncture marks in the long sleeve shirt. Yeah, I really feel like, yeah, China, he's really speaking out of his wheelhouse. This is not his turn. This is not appropriate. None of this should be allowed. Sorry, I had to leave. My dog got sick. That's what he was. I feel bad for him. He does not feel well. Not Neo. Neo's fine. But yeah, so I don't like this guy. I think that he might be smart, and but he thinks he's really speaking out of turn. And for him to be saying that John was hit, he doesn't know that. And he actually, it even says, like, he's actually saying that he was hit. That is not. And this is going to be the only witness today because we're already, it's already 3:30 there almost. So this is bad. So this is not going to, and also, so the other thing is he's using that same software program that the Alabama guy used, the same program. So this is also not good for the prosecution as well, because this is the same software program that said that the Alabama guy was graduated from and had his bachelor's degree. So the same program that they're trying to claim is not an accurate program, and that they have no control over what information it puts out there. So they're trying to say that
Mr. Alessi, Mr. Brennan, is going to do this in open court. Just talk to Dr. Welcher for a minute. Okay, is there any objection?
Oh!
I have no objection. Are we on retreat?
Yes. Right.
Yes. Absolutely.
So talking in court still in session.
We're going to be heading on each one of the slides. I don't want to repeat what it says, but on each one of them. Thank you. Anything else? That's all I said. And I'm going to now use the 10 minutes to see if there's anything else in the report to be read.
So it starts on page 124. Is that right, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Lessie?
I don't have the whole one in front of me.
Dr. Welcher, is that where it starts?
This is so bad.
That appears to be, Your Honor. Yes.
This is a
124.
train wreck. Man, I'm so glad I came back today. And we thought this was boring, China.
I actually have 123 is already redacted, but I have it at 123 as well.
All right, I don't have it on 123.
123 was a blank slide.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have 123 as a blank slide.
Okay. So
So from
124.
Triple M.
She's gonna allow Alessi to question him in front of the audience, in front of the jury. Like they do voir dire.
124 through 138, is that accurate,
They're
counsel?
gonna do it in front of the jury.
Chrissy, do you need a break? Do you need 5 minutes?
I know, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought this was going to be my ease
Okay.
back into
So if
to
you could
doing
do
lives.
that for us,
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Dr. Welcher.
I'm doing it right now.
China and I were like, this is
We can
boring.
bring the jurors back.
Your Honor, if we could just, now I just want to look at the rest.
Okay,
2 minutes, and then
Sure.
Your Honor asks us to do that.
sure.
Oh man, this has been. Oh no! Now they let the jury go. Oh, they sent the jury out. Okay. Okay, I swear she said she was going to let him ask in front of the jury. Okay, I was like, what?
Yeah, confer with Mr. Brennan at one point.
Yeah.
Mr. Brennan, I approach you. Thank you.
Okay.
Not on the record, Chris.
No, I'm telling you what. Okay, this guy might be an expert for real, but this prosecutor has destroyed this man's credibility as an expert by giving him this case. Because this has just oh.
Yeah. Your Honor, Mr. Brennan's giving me permission to confer with Dr. Welker about.
Sure, and it won't be on the record, right?
Yes.
Do we need it on the record?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Welcher,
Yes, sir.
please turn to slide 1.
Oh, he's just letting him talk to him one-on-one. Oh, I see. Okay. I thought she said he was going to be able to talk to him with the jury there, but she's just going to let him talk to him.
That opportunity.
Oh my gosh.
Struck one slide. I'm sorry.
I didn't strike. We struck it subject to going back once the heading's gone, right?
Correct. There may be, depending upon what's in the video, there may be more. That's why we're.
Right,
saying,
but the
everything-
ones. All right, so. we
So I can go back and show them.
Yes.
I don't want to offend the court.
Okay.
See, Beverly thinks she's so smart, letting everything in for the prosecution, but Alessi is just going to just demolish these witnesses.
So are we starting on slide 132?
132, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Any expert supposed the prosecution brings in. Now, you know, this is probably going to be the final case this prosecutor has. At least big case anyway. He'll probably have other cases, but this Karen Reed case is going to like demolish his career. I mean, can you imagine being a young prosecutor and being like, here's your case. Lolly couldn't do it. You're going to get it. And then you get your butt handed to you.
Inquire if Dr. Welch's PowerPoint is ready on the screen.
It looks like it's up. Is it ready, Dr. Welcher?
You got me scared when you asked me that. I need to double check. Yes, I believe I redacted everything and we are on slide 132. Thank you. And by the way,
It appears that way to me, Mr. Lessie. From here.
the battery died on this.
Okay, thank you.
Whoever in charge of. I mean, I brought my own, fortunately, but actually, no, I can't find mine.
Well, yeah, she's
Let's
right
film
there.
the
Like they're basically touching faces. They're so close together. Right, China? I mean, she's able to like.
Oh, back up. All right.
Troy.
Equally bad. These laser pointers do not work on those monitors.
Yeah, we've had that.
I just can't get over how tiny this courtroom is. This is more for like civil trials or something, right? I can't imagine you're doing a major murder trial that has this much national attention in a courtroom the size of a sardine can. I mean, with that much evidence and information or whatever, that's just insane. And back to the ceiling fan. Ceiling fan trial. Yeah, he'll be the only witness today. The prosecution is supposed to rest their case, but not today, clearly. I thought it was going to be today. I mean, this is, earlier they did this with the voir dire for this guy because, he changed his report.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
After he met with the prosecution had him change his report.
Dr. Welcher, if you could return to slide 132. Actually, 133, Dr. Welcher.
Oh.
Is that me or? $132 or $133?
133, please. The next one after that.
So we did skip over 132.
We skipped over that one as well. Keep going. Here we go. If you could enlarge that just a little bit for us.
The doctor's so confused. He's like, oh, crap.
Now, you mentioned that there was studies that talked about guiding the difference between potential injuries.
Correct.
Can you explain that?
Sure. So I gave 3 papers and someone's dissertation on this issue. They were creating a analysis methodology to differentiate whether the nature and pattern of injuries are more consistent with a fall or more consistent with an assault, or they're calling it blows.
Okay, could you walk us through what this chart means?
Sure. So this is their flow chart in terms of their assessment. So it starts at the very top. You can see they analyze a total of 400 events, 235 falls, 165 blows or assaults. So what you do is you ask yourself on the first set of arrows, you look at the mandible, the jaw. And MRS, as you can see at the bottom down here, refers to a simple fracture or multiple fractures. A is no fracture. Mr. O'Keefe has no mandible fracture. So that means we go down this row. It then looks at all facial fractures. So these are the bones that constitute the face. So if you have a facial fracture, you go to your left. If you have no facial fracture, you go to the right. So if you have some event, no mandible fracture, no facial fracture, what they've indicated that is predominantly associated with falls and not assaults.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In addition, did you do any further study on the force of a person falling back and landing on their head?
Oops, I did.
Could you
So what I did was I did what are called drop test. I took an anthropomorphic test device, ATD, which is just a fancy name for a crash test dummy, and dropped it backwards onto a hard surface to look at what happens if you were to, say, fall backwards and hit your head onto a hard surface. So on this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe in the upper left, there's noted to be abrasions above the fracture line in the area. You can't see that at all. You can see noted to be abrasions right here. Your Honor, I brought a hat. That was the one I used in my testing. May I put it on and demonstrate something?
Mr. Lessie,
If you would like a sidebar, or I can.
are you objecting?
I am objecting.
That's.
I am objecting.
So I will show you the dummy test I did. Watch when the shoulders hit the ground, then the head hits the ground. It creates kind of an arc path that will drag and slide objects up the head. So if you have something such as a baseball hat, it'll cause it to drag across the scalp, dragging it up to a similar location to where these abrasions are. So here's the testing. Again, this is like the crash test dummies you see on television. This is myself. Me giving me similar instructions, telling them what we're going to do. I said, and watch. Shoulders come in, then the head contacts the ground. What you see is if you fall backwards and land on a very hard surface or hard surface, you'll get extremely high loads on the head. If you compare that to data in the science.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Prior to that, please explain what the chart is before you explain.
Oh, sure. This chart up here?
Nope, the next page.
Right.
You can enlarge it, tell us what it is before you get into the details.
Absolutely. So this is actually kind of a famous study that was published, one of the first studies looking at head fracture or skull fracture tolerances. So what you see, the portion at the back of your skull is called the occiput bone. So that bone, if you put your hand on the back of your head, is your occiput. So we're looking at occiput impacts. And what you can see is that when they took cadaver skulls and dropped them from as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, they were getting linear fractures. And you can see even at 40 inches, there is called a stellate fracture. Stellate means star-like. You get a fracture that goes out like a star. So even at a 40-inch drop height, you have sufficient force when landing on a hard surface to cause skull fracture. And a level 3 type skull fracture. So Mr. O'Keefe, again, is 73 inches tall. His occiput is about 4.6 inches down from the top of his skull. That means it would fall a total of about 73 minus 5 would be 68. So just under 6 feet. So 72, 4 inches under, so 5 foot, 8 inches is the fall height. What is data showing that even at a fall height as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, you can get fairly severe skull fractures.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, regarding your third part of your analysis, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or not the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. John O'Keefe on the evening of January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
Before you give me your opinion, I'd like you to share with the jury what that opinion is based on.
Sure. So it's based on the 130 slides you've seen, based on my personal inspection of the Lexus, the correlation of the text stream data with the infotainment data, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data. It's looking at, I guess, where the taillight wasn't broken. It's looking at the physical evidence at the scene in terms of taillight fragments, glass fragments, red color in the snow. We have the cell phone data, the location and position of the arm lacerations, the air temperature at the time indicative of sufficient to freeze, the location of the fracture on the back of his head relative to the scientific literature, my testing of forces available falling onto a hard surface, published science on the fracture forces associated with falls. And I'm sorry, I'm reading from my report. I'm reading from my report.
Can you answer without reading from your report?
Probably it's more complete if I read my report.
Any objection, Mr. Leslie?
I do on this question, Your Honor, reading from a report for this question. So I'm hearing reference to data.
So, try not to read, don't read from your report.
Okay.
This guy,
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you again.
smart ass.
Based on your analysis, data available, reviews, study, based on the fact that you are an accident reconstructionist and a biomedical engineer, have you reached an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
And could you share the bases of your opinion before I ask you your ultimate opinion?
Sure. So again, you've seen my slide presentation. I've inspected the Lexus. I've looked at where it wasn't damaged. I've inspected the taillight. I got an exemplar Lexus. I ran lower speed contacts to verify that the injury pattern and location on the arm is consistent with the height and orientation of the taillight. I have looked at fracture tolerance data for falling backwards onto hard surfaces. I've looked at the metrics of where his injuries were and what injuries he didn't sustain. I've looked at the cell phone data, and then I've looked at Miss Reed's interviews as well.
Based on all the evidence you considered, could you share with the jury what your opinion is to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
Go to your
I can answer. Yes, based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I've talked about, that is consistent with that happening, and with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that is what happened.
Whoa.
So I'm gonna strike that. I want to see council's have.
Yeah. Get up there. Woo! See, this guy doesn't know when to shut up. DNA? Where did that come from? Oh my gosh. He is not the smartest man in the room. Who is he? DNA? Now he has DNA? First of all, he has zero proof. Zero. He's just spouting out words that he thinks makes them look smart and makes it sound like he knows what he's talking about. And I hope that the jury is like we are and isn't sitting there going, oh, and just taking this, because what? Wait a minute. This guy is literally sitting there saying, oh, based on the data, the infotainment center, the cell phone, the this, the that, never mind that, you know, I mean, there's literally none of that, absolutely none of that proves that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe. None of that. You're telling me cell phone data proves it? You're telling me an infotainment center proves it? You're telling me a baseball hat, the way it landed in the snow, proves it? What are you saying exactly? Absolutely zero of that proves that he was hit by a vehicle. Based on plastic pieces in the snow. Oh, they're about to leave for the day. They're taking all their passes. It's about to be over. You're saying to me, what are you serious? God, Trial Junkies, I hope that the jury is not that stupid. I hope they are not that stupid. But seriously, right now, are you kidding me? That's all he's saying is like data, cell phone data, infotainment system, the speed of he didn't even have the speed of the vehicle when it was backing up. Oh, I can't give you the speed, but I have it for every single other move she made. I'm just like so mad right now. I can't even. And then he said DNA. I mean, seriously, I'm just like so irritated right now. This guy he talks like he's the smartest man in the room. Oh, they have to be. This room is so small. She's about to call it. I just saw them take all their passes. And so just so you know, I know it makes no sense. Data doesn't determine any of that. And so when I was in the Lori Daybell courtroom, it's so loud. Okay, so this courtroom is so tiny. I can't imagine. All you hear the whole time we heard in the Daybell behind us was the entire time, because behind us were the press people, media. It's just tap, 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 tap the whole time. So you could hardly hear, and that's in a bigger courtroom. So because the courtroom part was like in front of us, and it was pretty big. He was huge. So the prosecutor, the Lori Daybell, the judge was all like in way front, and so you could hardly hear what they were saying. You were trying to hear, but all you could hear was that tapping from the media behind us. So I can't imagine in this size of a courtroom, all those laptops going back there, because all they're doing is typing, tap, 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 everything that they're trying to get in there. Yes, it's just like constant. So the sound is very and then Alessi, because every time he says anything, he brushes the dang paper up against that stupid microphone. So yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, she's literally allowing everything in there. They honestly, I feel like they probably should have sequestered. This trial is so out there. I'm wondering, do y'all think they're going to sequester the Koberger jury when they finally get a jury picked for that? Because it's already hard enough. They've moved that trial out to a different jurisdiction. Do you think they'll sequester the jury? Because I don't think the judge wants to do that. But I'm curious because he will not get I mean, look at the information that was leaked to Dateline. I don't think he's going to have much choice but to sequester the jury. Yeah, I'm telling you, this whole data stuff is not my cup of tea. It's almost like it's replacing DNA. Trial Junkies, I saw your live where you were saying that you had the DNA live that could solve a case. That DNA is honestly the only thing, I feel like that is the thing that can help. And that's the only saving grace for Kohlberger right now I mean, it could be the only thing that's showing his guilt, or possibly. I got to see all the evidence. But DNA is really, yeah. So they're doing this whole cellulite, whatever, the data crap, the data. I just don't think data is as strong as DNA. But there's also stuff with DNA, because if people want to, if there's enough corruption, they can put DNA places that it shouldn't be. I mean, I just, you've seen that. So, I mean, it's just depends on where you're at, but I don't think that you can, but it's because people aren't educated enough in the data. So if you start putting stuff out there like this guy, he's up there talking earlier, we were bored. But this guy was like, ugh, because we don't want to hear this plotting, all this spreadsheet crap, all that kind of stuff. The jury's just like checked out, right? But then you perk up when you start hearing him say stupid stuff like what he just said. But it's because people don't know that language, that garbage, So once they start doing all this plotting, oh, well, this here and that there, and this crosses here, and this meets here, and this, that, and then if you carry the one and add the two and this, that, then, people are just like, oh, well, it must be real. That must fit. Oh, they did all of this. So, that's why this data stuff is taking over.
Dr. Welch, we have to come back tomorrow anyway. Jurors, I don't want to steal time. Okay, so those same cautions, please do not discuss anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And please be very careful with your social media use.
Please disregard it and let us know.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're starting an hour late tomorrow. Is that what this is?
Yes, I get to sleep in.
We'll start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. So we'll see you at 10 o'clock. The court officers will tell you about your specific directions.
Please disregard it and let us know. And be very careful with your social media. So that's sad. All right, y'all. Well, we'll be back an hour later tomorrow. Yeah, I don't like this guy. they're probably going to have another voir dire tomorrow with him. That's probably what they're doing, is going to talk to him. Oh man, that was a big flub up. This guy was a big flub up big time today for the prosecution. I can't wait to see what Rekieta has to say about it, and what brother counsel has to say about it, a couple other attorneys, because that is a big flub up. He was bad for the prosecution. So glad we stuck it out, China, because yeah, he was boring, and then he just thought he was the smartest guy in the room, and he's not. So thanks for coming back and checking out my first live in a while. I appreciate it. Hope you'll come back tomorrow. We'll be here to see what else comes out of this guy's mouth, and to see Alessi demolish him on the stand, because that's exactly what he's going to do. So I will see y'all later. Get in touch, Trial Junkies. China, I don't know what else you're working on next, but let me know. Oh, let me know if you want to work on that, or anything, if you want to work on anything, either one of y'all. And don't forget to check out each other's channels. Don't forget to check out Trial Junkies has lives Thursday and Sunday. China has her channel videos. She has shorts that are really good. I figured you out, China. I'm catching up with your shorts. And don't forget to check out Reading the Bible in a Year with Gwen, because she's trying to give us some good in our lives. Thanks, y'all. See you tomorrow.